Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for waking up with us on this Tuesday, March 14th. I'm Megan Gilland, and as you can see, we are in weather alert mode here this morning. Let's get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers and see what this means for us.
A lot of wind is what we're going to be talking about today, Megan. Potentially be knocking down some stuff and possibly having some issues with trees and possibly even those things that are in your yards like loose objects being blown away. Our weather alert day for the strong and gusty wind west at 20 to 30 miles an hour, some gusts near 45. We're already seeing that wind out there this morning. The wind advisories kick in a little bit later this afternoon. Check out some of the wind gusts right now, anywhere from 25 to 30 miles an hour from Stevensville and Easton over to Baltimore City and Westminster. So it is a strong westerly wind already this morning. All part of this nor'easter, which is moving in to areas in Boston and up toward Albany and north of New York City over towards Scranton. You can see that right there on your HD radar. We may even get a few flakes flying around here in the next couple of hours as well. Numbers are in the 30s, so it is a cold start to your morning, and then those numbers are going to continue to be in the 30s here over the next couple of hours. Windy conditions for your morning drive, so it'll be one of those hang on to the steering wheel type days as you're making your way out. We'll break this down a bit further for you and talk about when we'll get some calmer conditions headed our way. That's coming up in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. 4:31, and we begin this morning in a city in crisis. The full Baltimore City Council unanimously approves Faith Leach as Mayor Brandon Scott's pick for city administrator.
All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. The recommendation is confirmed.
Well, it only took 10 minutes for the City Council committee to approve her, and this is the same committee who rejected her last week.
I think you have done a outstanding job in your role as a deputy mayor.
I've found you to be a brilliant, dedicated, hardworking public servant.
I feel confident that I have the support of this council, and I know that I have the support of the mayor and this administration. But most importantly, what you will see from me is that I will work as hard as I can to get the support and the confidence of the citizens of Baltimore.
Leach's nomination must still be approved by the full council. Is introducing a bill to restructure the Baltimore Board of Estimates, saying Mayor Brandon Scott has too much control over major deals in the city. He's calling for a 6-person task force to look into creating what he says is a more equitable decision-making process.
Too often we've seen instances of corruption where a mayor has gone down on a scandal that was related to the Board of Estimates. And that's because the mayor controls 3 out of the 5 votes on the BOE.
Cohen's frustration is fueled in part by Mayor Scott's recent conduit deal with BGE. Cohen says he hasn't decided whether the city should expand the board, shrink it, or abolish it altogether. We want to know what you think. If elections were held today, would you vote to re-elect Mayor Brandon Scott? So far, 96% of those who have responded say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in. Turning now to your session 2023 coverage today, a state Senate committee will hear the Violent Firearms Offender Act. And this is the same bill former Governor Larry Hogan pushed for years, but it never passed. The hearing comes as the numbers are trending in the right direction in Baltimore City. As of Monday morning, fatal and non-fatal shootings are down compared to this time last year. But we are still on pace with the numbers from 2021. And this means the city could see more than 300 lives to violence for a 9th year in a row. And this year, the city is seeing increased violent crime involving juveniles.
6 murders this year in the city and 2 in Baltimore County. And this bill makes perfect sense. Unfortunately, in Annapolis, we have a lot of politicians who are soft on crime and actually want to go the other way and say that anyone under 25 shouldn't be charged with a crime.
The legislation pushed by Hogan passed in the Senate for the past 2 years, but each time stalled in the House. Last week, Hogan told Fox 45 News why he thinks this year might be different. A change he says is fueled by the new city state's attorney, Ivan Bates, who campaigned on getting tougher on crime.
The General Assembly is just so far out of touch with their constituents. We now have a state's attorney in Baltimore City, Ivan Bates, who seems to want to focus on violent crime and who is supporting some of the positive measures.
Meanwhile, when pressed recently about if his chamber could back the GOP-backed bill, Senate President Bill Ferguson, a Democrat from Baltimore City, could not give a firm yes or no. The committee hearing is set for 1 o'clock this afternoon. Maryland's Senate approves the Gun Safety Act, which restricts where legal wear and carry permit holders can bring their weapons. The bill prevents them from carrying a weapon within 100 feet of a public place. During the discussion, Fox 45 News heard from state senators on both sides of the issue.
Do we want everyone carrying guns everywhere? Do we want guns in our hospitals, in our libraries, in our schools, churches, and synagogues? My answer is no. And if your answer is no, too, then I think we should pass SB 1.
The problem we have with firearms and gun violence is criminals with repeat violent criminal activity using guns illegally. It's not concealed carry permit holders. If anything, we need to encourage people, hey, you can practice your Second Amendment rights.
Well, the bill comes after the U.S. Supreme Court struck down state laws requiring a reason to carry a permit. We'll stay with Fox 45 News all morning. Coming up at 7:15, Republican Delegate Kathy Schlega and Democratic State Senator Antonio Hayes will be joining us live for our State House Spotlight. We will discuss House Bill 1110, which aims to teach conflict resolution in high schools. A manhunt underway this morning for the former aide of Governor Larry Hogan. What we're learning led up to the search and what happens when he's finally found. Plus, we are weather alert today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking the high winds that we could see in our area today. Time now 4:36. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Welcome back. 4:39 is your time right now. We are weather alert today, tracking the wind that is already picking up even early this morning. You can see that strong westerly wind, all of those arrows there, anywhere from about 19 to 26 miles an hour. Well, temperatures in the 30s mean it's going to feel like we're in the 20s. So most of us are waking up with below freezing, feels like temperatures. This is how it's going to be, a very cold and blustery day. Even though we do get a little bit more sunshine later this afternoon, you'll definitely need to make sure to get that jacket on and bundle up for the kids and you as well as you head out the door on this Tuesday. We do have some improving conditions later this week and warmer temperatures as well. We'll talk about that coming up.
All right, Justin, thank you. Developing this morning, U.S. Marshals confirm a manhunt is underway for Roy McGrath, the former aide to Governor Larry Hogan, accused of stealing hundreds of thousands of dollars from the state while he led the Maryland Environmental Service. The U.S. Marshals Service is calling McGrath a fugitive, and they tell us that Baltimore and Washington, D.C. agents are working to find him right now. McGrath was set to travel up to Baltimore Sunday night for the trial. Florida law enforcement officials went to McGrath's house in Naples, Florida for a welfare check yesterday. They told our Mackenzie Frost he wasn't there. His attorney says he spoke with McGrath Sunday night and says there didn't seem to be any issues.
We had a very engaged conversation regarding what was going to be happening today and a variety of issues that we have been discussing over time, and I sensed nothing that would cause me concern about Roy's plans for today.
Well, the trial is now in a delay, and the judge dismissed the jury yesterday morning. As part of his pretrial release, McGrath will have to give up his passport. If he is found, he'll be arrested and brought to Baltimore for trial. Well, Fox 45 News will continue to follow this developing story. We'll bring you any updates as soon as we get them. Make sure you download the Fox 45 News app. Be sure that you won't miss any breaking developments by doing so. Well, still ahead on the early edition, Fox 45 News taking alarming statistics about Maryland schools directly to Governor Moore, what he said about accountability on all levels. Plus, recovery efforts continue this morning in Ohio following that massive train derailment, why one senator says residents fear they are being forgotten. But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now. Stunning video of a migrant border rush out of Texas. The former head of Border Protection joins us with more on the never-ending crisis this morning on the National Desk. America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. Time now 4:42, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning. 444. Turning now to the crisis in the classroom. Governor Wes Moore says the results of the state education report card were unacceptable, but stopped short of calling for a state investigation into the problem inside some Baltimore City schools. The Maryland Department of Education report card found Baltimore City had more low-rated schools than any other district. The report card found just one Baltimore City 5-star school and 29 1-star schools, the lowest possible grade. Baltimore City had 75% of its schools with either a 1-star or a 2-star rating.
Do you think the state should launch an investigation into the city school system?
Well, I think one thing needs to happen is we've got to move and take this seriously. I mean, watching the kind of results that we have with education for our students, it's infuriating because we know we've got to move faster. We've got to do more.
Well, when asked again about an investigation, Moore said the state needs to make sure that people know we are going to commit to having the proper resources and support. That support, he said, also comes with accountability, though he was not specific about those measures. Well, the state's report card comes after another bleak look into student success in city classrooms. Fox 45's Project Baltimore found that 23 schools that you see there in the city did not have any student among those tested able to do math at grade level. After the math scores were revealed, Baltimore City Councilman Robert Stokes called an oversight hearing to bring city schools personnel before his committee, the Education, Workforce and Youth Committee, to get more details about performance plans. That hearing isn't scheduled, though, until April. Meanwhile, Governor Wes Moore is doubling down on his proposal to cut funding from the Boost program. Former Governor Larry Hogan created the program to give scholarships to low-income families to send their children to private or religious schools. In light of the state report card, Fox 45 News asked the governor's office if he still plans to cut $2 million from the program. His office tells us, quote, the governor believes public dollars should be going to public schools. Well, supporters of the Boost program say the governor's argument doesn't make sense because state dollars go to private ventures all the time, like housing vouchers and sports stadiums. Taxpayer watchdog David Williams says if public dollars should go to anything private, it should be schools.
To say that he doesn't want taxpayer dollars or public funding going to private schools, this isn't about that. It's finding the best educational opportunities for children, and sometimes private schools are the best educational opportunities.
Well, some claim the governor is cutting funding from the Boost program because of the influence from teachers' unions who supported Moore during his campaign. The governor denies those claims.
The decisions that I make are my decisions, and no one is behind those decisions.
I think that in many ways he's returning a favor to the unions for their endorsement.
Senate President Bill Ferguson says he is open to funding the Boost program, saying the $10 million the state spends on it is just a fraction of the $7.5 billion Maryland spends on education overall. Now, it is important to note Governor Wes Moore himself attended private school. We'll stay with Fox 45 all morning. Coming up at 7:45, Anne Arundel County Executive Stuart Pittman will be joining us live to weigh in on the report card for Anne Arundel County schools. All right, 8:48 now. We are in weather alert mode, and we have meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know about the winds moving in. I could hear them already.
Yeah, absolutely, Meg. We're already starting off with some gusty conditions out there, and that's what we're going to have to deal with here throughout most of the day today. We're on the southern end of this nor'easter, which is impacting folks to the north of us. Our live cam right now, well, you look at this and you think, all right, no issues out there, right? But that wind is definitely gusting. We're seeing partly cloudy skies at this time, and on right now temperatures at 35 degrees, but that wind officially northwest about 18 miles an hour. Have definitely seen some stronger gusts. Notice the dew point at 18 degrees. We're definitely drying now. That's going to happen, especially when you get all of this wind here. And check out some of those wind gusts about 19 to 26 miles an hour. Mainly a westerly wind is what we're seeing. The wind advisory starts for all of us later today, not until 2 o'clock. But just because that wind advisory doesn't start till 2 doesn't mean we're not going to see those gusts near possibly 50 miles an hour before that. Westerly at about 25 to 35 miles an hour. Sustained winds and those gusts that are going to be kicking up, especially as we get later into the afternoon and evening time. This is all from that nor'easter. It's an area of low pressure right there, bringing rain to Boston right now and snow to areas north of that. But that is a pretty strong area of the low pressure and continuing to wrap around there. We're seeing the southern end of that is what we're seeing here with more of that wind that's picking up, and even the potential of a few flakes flying for some of us here early this morning, especially right along the Maryland and PA line. So just be aware of that as well. Here's our future scan. This is what it looks like with those winds, and the reason why that wind advisory starts at 2 is because we're expecting the strongest wind speeds after about 2 o'clock, where you can see 38 to 45 and 50-mile-an-hour gusts that will be possible. Wind is going to stay with us through tonight, and even tomorrow will still be a windy day as well. Not looking for wind advisories or a weather alert day on Wednesday. However, it's going to be another gusty afternoon, so we have to deal with this wind at least for the next couple of days. Overall numbers in the 30s for the next few hours on your Rise and Shine cast, and it's going to feel colder than that, not only for you, but especially as you get the kids out to the bus stop. 35 in that 8 o'clock hour on your day planner. Not much improvement by noon into the lower 40s, and we'll top out in those mid to upper 40s as we head later into the day today. So those numbers, again, are below average for this time of year. You can see those numbers, 54 typically where we are for mid-March. We'll finally get to see some warmer numbers as we head later into the week. So our weather alert day is for today with that wind. The wind stays with us tomorrow in the lower 50s, though, and temperatures steadily improving. We're talking lower 60s Thursday, and on Friday for St. Pat's, we're talking about mid-60s, even though we do carry at least a chance for a couple of pop-up showers, even mid-50s hanging on into Saturday for the weekend. Let's get a check on mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, sir.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. You'll find train 505 on the Penn line and Penn train 403 operating with 5 minute delays. The other trains of MARC look good for travel. Light Rail Link still dealing with a service disruption between Falls Road and the Timonium Fairgrounds. That's due to maintenance ongoing. Allow time for travel. Shuttle buses remain in place, bridging the gap there on Light Rail Link. Metro Subway Link showing no delays or difficulties on time service there. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Still ahead on the early edition, Maryland Senate approves the Gun Safety Act. Words from supporters and those opposing the bill. Plus, the Maryland House approving a framework that would allow recreational marijuana to be sold as soon as July. What comes next in this process? It is 4:52, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. 4:54 and making headlines this morning. President Joe Biden says Australia will buy nuclear-powered submarines from the U.S. Biden discussing the announcement in San Diego alongside the prime ministers of Australia and the United Kingdom. The step is meant to counter growing threats from China in the Indo-Pacific region. If Congress approves, starting in 2030, the U.S. will sell Australia 3 Virginia-class submarines, with the potential to sell up to 2 more if needed. A future generation of submarines will also be built in the U.K. and in Australia with U.S. support.
We're calling it the SSN AUKUS, this new state-of-the-art, conventionally armed, nuclear-powered submarine that will work, that will combine UK submarine technology and design with American technology.
Well, Biden emphasizes the submarines are nuclear powered and do not have nuclear weapons of any kind on them. He says the SSN AUKUS will become a future standard for both the UK Royal Navy and the Royal Australian Navy. As the Black Sea Grain Initiative approaches expiration, Russia appears ready to extend, but only by 60 days. That's half of the previous arrangement. The original deal was brokered in July, allowing safe passage to ships carrying food and fertilizer from 3 ports for 120 days. It was renewed in November. Russia indicates it will move forward, but it's holding out for changes in the deal. It says Ukraine is profiting, but sanctions and export restrictions have hampered Russia's benefits. The U.S. State Department says there are exemptions carved out for those critical goods.
The world needs this. The world needs the Black Sea Grain Initiative. We believe it should be extended. We believe it should be expanded. And we believe that because we've seen the implications of a world with the Black Sea Grain Initiative, and we've seen a world without the Black Sea Grain Initiative.
Global food prices spiked at the onset of Russia's invasion. Ukraine and Russia are key suppliers of wheat and barley, especially to developing nations. The deal prevents either side from attacking ships loaded with these goods, and both are subject to inspections to ensure no weapons are being transported. The governor of Illinois signing a law mandating paid leave for nearly all Illinois workers. The legislation requiring employers to give their workers time off based on hours worked, and workers do not have to explain the reason for their absence as long as they give proper notice. Critics say the legislation will hurt small businesses, though. Governor J.B. Pritzker argues that it will allow workers to better manage their home life in order to be more productive during the workday.
Too many people can't afford to miss even a day's pay. But then crises arise, sometimes seemingly small, sometimes catastrophic. And they live in fear of losing income vital to their family's survival.
Illinois employees will earn 1 hour of paid leave for every 40 hours worked, up to 40 hours for the year. Employees can start using the time once they have worked for 90 days. Certain workers are exempt, including seasonal workers and federal employees. That law goes into effect January 1st of next year. Continuing coverage here this morning. It's been almost a month since the train derailed in East Palestine, and residents fear that they are being forgotten. That's what Ohio Senator J.D. Vance says he's being told.
If I'm a resident of East Palestine, if I raise my kids and I raise my grandkids here, how am I confident that my government is doing the cleanup job when there are still mounds of toxic dirt just down the road from where they go to school and where we all live? That, to me, is the biggest problem.
Vance, a Republican, introduced bipartisan legislation to address faulty ball bearings, which are believed to have contributed to the incident. The derailment resulted in law enforcement burning off toxic chemicals contained inside the train cars, stoking public fear. The company responsible, Norfolk Southern, is required to reimburse the EPA for the cleanup.
A bill that would prevent you from bringing a gun near many public places clears the Senate. Just ahead, we're going to hear from those for and against.
A bill that would increase time for violent offenders is moving its way through the Maryland General Assembly today. We'll tell you about it just ahead.
Weather alert day tracking the wind that will be with us through most of the afternoon and even into Wednesday. We'll talk about some improving conditions later this week as well in your Weather Authority forecast.
Live From WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Tuesday, March 14th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we are weather alert today because of the wind.
That's right. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers and talk about bad hair day.
It is, just forget about it. It's going to be a 5 on the hair meter. And yeah, also, guys, we have to watch out for possibly blowing things, objects, possible trees being down, maybe even some trash cans rolling down the street here as we get later into the afternoon. Already dealing with a lot of that wind. Right now, it looks fine over the Inner Harbor, but watch what happens. We talk about the wind that is already kicking up there. Strong and gusty wind for our weather alert day. Out of the west, about 20 to 30 miles an hour with some stronger gusts near 45 and possibly even 50 miles an hour. Wind advisories start later today. This is all part of the nor'easter that is to the north of us, and we're on the bottom half of that with that wind really picking up, especially as we get later into the afternoon. That's when the wind advisory starts, 2 o'clock this afternoon. All of us here in that beige, and this goes through tomorrow morning with that strong westerly wind. And check out the numbers right now, anywhere from 26 to 31 miles an hour. So we're already seeing that west wind at this time. Overall, I am going to put a yellow light on your morning drive just because you'll have to have 2 hands on the steering wheel pretty much at all times, especially high-profile vehicles. And I think Tom mentioned that we already have some warnings in place for the Bay Bridge. So watch the Bay Bridge, the Key Bridge, all of those areas out there this morning with that wind that we've got to deal with. We'll have another look at that forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now. And Tom, you were talking about that, right?
Yeah, in fact, in the Lens Solar Traffic Network, that's the only warning we have right now from the Bay Bridge. We actually have that wind advisory. So no restrictions in place yet, but that will probably happen later on this afternoon. To the ongoing crime crisis in Maryland are top of mind for lawmakers this year.
That's right. Today, lawmakers will hear the Violent Firearms Offender Act, a bill former Governor Larry Hogan pushed for years, but it never passed.
Plus, just last night, State Senate approving a bill that restricts where legal wear and carry permit holders can have their weapons.
We have live team coverage this morning. In just a few minutes, Taylor Stewart will join us with a look at the Violent Firearms Offender Act and what the future could hold for it this year.
But we begin with Shannon Lilly. She's looking into the Gun Safety Act, words from supporters and those who oppose it. Shannon?
Yeah, and there are a lot of people at odds over this bill, Tom. If passed, it would mean that legal gun owners cannot bring their weapons near many of these establishments that are right here beside us right now. But in last night's Senate floor session, the Gun Safety Act passed 31-16, meaning it is now heading to the House. So let's take a look at what this bill would do. The Gun Safety Act prevents legal gun owners from bringing their weapon within 100 feet of many public places. So we are talking about stadiums, theaters, restaurants, hospitals, and even more. Now, the bill was introduced in response to a Supreme Court decision that found New York's gun law requiring applicants to give a reason for carrying was unconstitutional. The decision meant Maryland's good and substantial reason requirement also fell too, which then made it easier for you to obtain a wear and carry permit here in our state. So supporters say the Gun Safety Act makes the state safer because it'll get guns out of more public places. Critics, though, argue it targets legal gun owners and takes away a method of self-defense, and they're also calling it unconstitutional. So let's take a listen to those different perspectives.
I believe it would be a violation of my oath to vote for a bill which I believe is unconstitutional.
We've had murders and shootings, we've had carjackings and other types of really violent offenses, many times involving firearms. But once again, this General Assembly is not rushing to deal with the people causing those problems. Once again, the General Assembly is looking to pass restrictions on somebody else.
So it's not an either or. We can both strengthen current gun laws in response to Bruin, as well as address those illegal weapons.
So once again, this bill passing the Senate means it now heads to the House. Of course, we're going to be following it very closely. Reporting live in Harbor East, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Today, the Maryland General Assembly is expected to take up legislation pushed by former Governor Larry Hogan. The Violent Firearms Offender Act has stalled twice before, but this year could be different. Taylor Stewart is live with more on the committee hearing that would increase fines and jail time for gun offenders, not only repeat offenders. Taylor.
That's right. You said it, Patrice. That hearing is set today in the Judicial Committee. Governor Larry Hogan has pushed this twice before. It's made it through the Senate, but we're going to have to wait and see what comes of it today. Now, at this point, the ongoing gun violence is pushing State Delegate Kathy Silica to push for this bill in Annapolis. She is a Baltimore Republican, and she's hoping that the GOP-backed Violent Arms Offender Act will get through. The bill would increase fine for jail time for gun offenders, notably repeat offenders. And here's why Hogan last week told Fox 45 News that this year may be different.
We now have a state's attorney in Baltimore City, Ivan Bates, who seems to want to focus on violent crime and who is supporting some of the positive measures.
Unfortunately, in Annapolis, we have a lot of politicians who are soft on crime and actually want to go the other way and say that anyone under 25 shouldn't be charged with a crime.
Now, she'll have to get the support of her Democratic colleagues, but we know that hearing is scheduled for today at 1 o'clock, and we'll keep you updated with the outcome. We're live in Baltimore. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 Morning News, Early Edition.
5:05 now, and turning to the crisis in the classroom. Governor Wes Moore says the results of a state education report card were unacceptable, but stopped short of calling for a state investigation into the problem inside some Baltimore City schools. The Maryland Department of Education report card found Baltimore City had more low-rated schools than any other district. The report card found just one Baltimore City 5-star school and 29 one-star schools. That's the lowest possible grade. 75% of Baltimore schools had either a 1-star or 2-star rating.
Do you think the state should launch an investigation into the city school system?
Well, I think one thing needs to happen is we've got to move and take this seriously. I mean, watching the kind of results that we have with education for our students, it's infuriating because we know we've got to move faster. We've got to do more.
When asked again about an investigation, Moore said that the state needs to make sure people know we are going to commit to having the proper resources and support. That support, he said, also comes with accountability, though he was not specific about those measures.
Well, the state's report card comes after another bleak look into student success in the classrooms. Fox 45's Project of Baltimore found 23 schools in the city did not have any student among those tested able to do math at grade level, and that's that 5-star school right there. Now, after the math scores were revealed, Baltimore City Councilman Robert Stokes called an oversight hearing to bring city schools personnel before the committee, the Education, Workforce, and Youth Committee, to get more details about performance plans. That hearing isn't scheduled until April. Well, still ahead on the Early Edition, recreational marijuana could be legalized as soon as July. The next steps in the process.
Plus, wicked weather impacting thousands from coast to coast. The efforts underway this morning to prepare for the worst. That's just ahead from our live center.
Alert day with the wind that is already picking up across the region. We're going to talk about how long this wind stays with us. It's all coming up on Fox 45. 5:10 is your time right now. Happy Tuesday morning. We are in weather alert mode. We're tracking the wind that is already picking up. Look at the wind gusts right here on your map. We're seeing a 31-mile-an-hour wind gust just reported at BWI a few moments ago. 26-mile-an-hour wind gust in Westminster. Even seeing a few flakes flying in parts of northern Carroll County this morning, and a wind chill number in the 20s. So all of us are feeling like we are below freezing. That means you got to make sure to bundle up. If you do want to get out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours, make sure to layer up. Numbers will stay in the 30s, but it's going to feel a lot colder than that. And even though our highs today will be in the 40s, it's going to feel colder with the fact that we've got that strong wind to deal with through the afternoon. We'll break down when this wind finally calms down and what we can expect for the rest of the upcoming work week coming up in a few.
Thank you, Justin. Coming up, a recall alert this morning. What dog owners need to know about a popular dog food brand.
Plus, Baltimore's Central District is seeing a jump in homicides. Why one activist says getting people jobs could be a solution. 5:11, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
.14 on this Tuesday morning, topping your consumer news. A recall alert. Purina issues a recall of prescription dog food. Now, the company voluntarily recalling 2 additional lots of its Pro Plan Veterinarian Diets EL Elemental dry dog food over possible elevated levels of vitamin D. Purina originally issued a recall after it received 2 reports of dogs showing signs of vitamin D toxicity after eating that food. Now, in both cases, the dogs recovered after the food was just taken out of their diets. Now, the affected food is available only through veterinarian clinics, Purina Pet Direct, Purina for Professionals, and select retailers who have the ability to validate those prescriptions. Now, the Pentagon lays out its budget for the upcoming year, and it involves loading up on advanced missiles, space defense, and modern jets. Leaders explain the calculations mounting to more than $800 billion. It's the largest request since the mid-2000s, when hundreds of thousands of troops were deployed to Iraq and Afghanistan. They say it's to beef up defenses to combat growing threat that China is posing. Another goal is to speed up productions of munitions, too. Well, the Biden administration officially gives a thumbs up to the massive Willow drilling project on Alaska's petroleum-rich North Slope. Environmentalists say this decision makes or breaks President Biden's climate legacy. Approving the project will likely draw ire and lawsuits from activists. The project will allow oil company ConocoPhillips to begin a decades-long oil drilling venture in the National Petroleum Reserve, but it's a lot smaller, significantly smaller than what they had requested. It could produce up to 180,000 barrels of oil a day and create more than 2,000 jobs. It will also release more than 9 million metric tons of some carbon pollution possibly per year, according to the administration's own estimates.
18.7 million viewers tuned in for the 95th Academy Awards Sunday night. It's a 12% boost compared to last year, but the numbers are still low in historic terms. According to Nielsen Records, until 2018, the Oscars telecast had never slipped below 30 million viewers. In 2021, the Oscars hit a record low audience of 10.5 million viewers. Sunday night's main counter-programming was the season finale of The Last of Us. That program pulled in 8.2 million viewers across HBO and HBO Max.
Taking a live look across Maryland this morning, and we are weather alert here as we will see high winds throughout the area. Take out the bottom left or bottom right hand side there, and that is Deep Creek, where you see the flurries coming across the screen in all different directions.
I was going to say, am I seeing snow there?
Yes.
All right, well, let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers and see what is coming our way today. I know the wind later on this afternoon, so just get ready.
Not even in Deep Creek, but also in Carroll County. We're seeing some flurries that are flying right now.
Nothing like that. That was snow. I mean,
that was snow.
Yes,
snow, but we definitely are seeing some flakes that are flying. This is all part of that same weather maker that is just to the north of us. Now, it's tough to see in this shot from our Towson camera, but those flags are already getting a workout here in the Towson traffic circle. And overall, everything looks nice and calm, but that is not the case when you step outside because that wind is already blowing. 35 is your current temperature, but the wind out of the west about 16 to 20 miles an hour puts that wind chill at 25 degrees. So we've got cold feeling temperatures that are going to continue not only this morning, but even into the afternoon. Strong and gusty wind. That's why we are in weather alert mode here for you today. Out of the west at 20 to 30 miles an hour, some gusts near 45 and possibly even 50 miles an hour. Wind advisories until Wednesday. Now, they don't really officially go into effect until this afternoon, but we're already seeing these gusts. I mean, look at these numbers, 25 to 31 mile an hour wind gusts here for Westminster, Baltimore into Stevensville across the Bay Bridge. There's the wind advisory where you can officially see all of us here in that beige, and that extends for pretty much the entire state of Maryland and all the way up the East Coast as well. Here's that snow that I was talking about moving into West Manheim, Manchester, down into Westminster. Just a few of those flakes that are flying and being picked up here on our HD radar. You pull back a little bit further and you can actually see some more of those showers to the north of us, but the larger picture is this area of low pressure. That's the nor'easter right there. Mainly rain in Boston, but just north of that, they're getting a lot of snow, and that's going to continue to be the case with that snow level dropping as we go throughout the day, and more folks in that part of the country will get more of that snow, and we're going to get that wind, which is why we're in weather alert mode. So our future scan, this is what it looks like later this afternoon. Those peak wind gusts 20, 30, 40 and even 50 miles an hour. Wind's going to stay with us through tonight and even into early on Wednesday morning, and even by tomorrow afternoon. Still some gusty conditions, but not in that wind advisory category, at least for now. So we're going to hold off on weather alert for Wednesday, but definitely keeping you in weather alert mode for today. Bus stop forecast, beep, beep, as those kids head out to the bus stop. Hang on to your hats and make sure they're bundled up. Temperatures in the 30s here this morning and only getting to the low and mid 40s as we head toward the afternoon. And golfers, don't even think about it today. I don't know, it's a 4-club wind, something like that. Maybe you want to be in the driving range where you can just hit some balls and not have to worry about hitting into the wind out there on the course. All right, your 7-day forecast. Again, weather alert day today with temps only in the 40s. Lower 50s tomorrow, still windy, but look what happens Thursday and Friday. We slide right into the low and mid 60s as we head towards St. Patrick's Day. Saturday, a little cooler with a few showers around, and then we'll bottom out on Sunday in the upper 40s, the final full day of winter. Back to you.
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking now at our Lynn Stoller traffic network and taking a live look from the Bay Bridge this morning. Use some caution. There is a wind advisory in place for the bridge. Let's get a check of mass transit now. Here's Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Patrice. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. We've got train 505 on the Penn line and Camden train 841, both running 5 minutes late. The other trains of MARC on time for the commute start. Light rail link dealing with the service disruption between Falls Road and the Timonium Fairground stops due to ongoing maintenance out there. You'll find shuttle buses in place bridging the gap on light rail link. Allow time for travel. Metro subway link on time. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
A push to restructure the Board of Estimates. Just ahead, why one city councilman says the mayor just has too much power.
And Mayor Brandon Scott's pick for city administrator approved. We'll tell you about the hearing that happened last night and the change of tone from council members.
.523, here's a look at our top stories across the state. First, in Baltimore City, we're learning more about a deadly double shooting that happened Sunday night along Pennsylvania Avenue. Police identifying the victim as 32-year-old Juan Hill. Now, right now, homicide detectives in that district are up by 500% compared to this time last year.
If we're going to really curtail violence, we've got to really up the ante in terms of investment. People need to work. People need jobs. We need to make certain that people in these same communities have access to quality education.
Fox 45 News asking Baltimore police about what they think is fueling this spike. So far, we have not heard back.
The death of a 2-year-old in Baltimore has now been ruled a homicide. Back in January, police responded to a home in West Baltimore. At the scene, they found Journey Sharp, who was unresponsive and showed no signs of trauma to her body. Journey was pronounced dead at the scene. Medical examiners now say she died from fentanyl intoxication. Charges in the case are still pending.
Maryland House approves a framework that would allow recreational marijuana to be sold as soon as July. Now, under the bill, current medical dispensaries would be able to have a dual license to allow to also be able to sell recreational marijuana products. Priority for licenses is set to be given by minority owners affected by past marijuana laws. That bill is now heading to the Senate.
Governor Wes Moore announces Maryland's adoption of the multi-state advanced clean cars rule, a step in the state's plan to improve air quality and combat the effects of climate change. The state is moving quickly to adopt the regulation, which requires manufacturers to continuously increase the share of electric vehicles they sell, reaching 100% of passenger cars and truck sales by model year 2035. The Maryland Department of the Environment will follow the process for a proposed regulation, which includes the opportunity for public comment to allow for the regulation to then take effect in September.
New developments in the state attorney general's report on the history of sexual abuse in the Catholic Archdiocese of Baltimore. AG's office delivered its proposed redactions to the court yesterday. A report details the way clergy and other church officials sexually abused more than 600 children and young adults over 80 years, as well as the church's efforts to cover up the abuse and silence victims. Well, yesterday we spoke with David Lorenz of the SNAP Baltimore, or SNAP Maryland. That's a support group for victims of sexual abuse by clergy. He says he hopes the report will encourage other victims to come forward.
And that's really what I'm looking for, is that this will reach out to other victims who have remained silent out of guilt and shame and fear, and that they will begin their journey towards healing.
It's not clear when the report will be released to the public. When it is, Fox 45 News will have a full coverage both on air and on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Still ahead, a weather alert is in place today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking the high winds and how they could impact your morning commute.
Plus, President Biden says the nation's banking system remains secure this morning. Who is now putting Silicon Valley Bank under the microscope? Time now 5:27, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
We are following three big stories for you this half hour.
We are weather alert this morning as we can see winds up to 30 miles per hour. A weather authority team tracking the conditions all morning long.
City Councilman Zeke Cohen is looking to restructure the Board of Estimates, why he says Mayor Brandon Scott has too much control.
Plus, Governor Wes Moore doubling down on his proposal to cut funding from the Boost program. Why supporters of that program say his argument does not make sense.
Welcome back on this Tuesday morning. 5:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we are weather alert, and it's because of the wind. So 30 miles an hour, but it can gust up to almost 50 later on. Meteorologist Justin Chambers talking about the importance of battening down the hatches.
That's exactly right, Tom. Patrice, good morning to both of you. And that's the whole thing. We've already seen 30 and 35 mile an hour gusts. We're going to see potentially 40 and 50 mile an hour gusts as we get later into the afternoon with those wind advisories that now start a little bit earlier. In fact, breaking just a couple of minutes ago, the National Weather Service just updated this. The wind advisory now starts at 9 o'clock this morning. Originally, it was set to start at 2 p.m., but we're already seeing a lot of that strong wind that is out there and those gusts that could be near 50 miles an hour. Look at that, 25 to 31 mile an hour wind gusts from Westminster and Baltimore right now. 23 Annapolis, 28 Stevensville. So those bridges not going to be fun to drive on today. And overall, our HD radar, that's a large nor'easter to the north of us. And we're even seeing a few flakes that are flying in parts of Carroll and northern Baltimore County at this time. So throw that into your commute, if you will. Our morning drive, we'll see those numbers that will be into the 30s for the next couple of hours. I do have a yellow light on that for today because, again, we will need to hang on with both hands on your steering wheel with that wind that stays with us. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
5:31 and turning now to a city in crisis. Councilman Zeke Cohen is introducing a bill to restructure the Baltimore Board of Estimates, saying Mayor Brandon Scott has too much control over major deals in the city.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live with why Cohen says it's necessary. Shannon?
Well, Cohen says this is crucial, Tom, because as you guys said, he says that the mayor has too much control over how the city is spending its money, and he wants to see that change. Remember that controversial conduit deal that the mayor passed last month? Yeah, he says this is just another example of that. And remember, with that agreement, the mayor was able to get two of his appointees to vote in favor of passing that, even though Comptroller Bill Henry and Council President Nick Mosby sat out. They boycotted the meeting in order to try to stop that vote from happening in the first place. So Councilman Zeke Cohen says what this comes down to is the mayor essentially having universal control over which major deals get approved in the city.
Too often we've seen instances of corruption where a mayor has gone down on a scandal that was related to the Board of Estimates. And that's because the mayor controls 3 out of the 5 votes on the BOE.
So Councilman Cohen says few other cities give the mayor such strong control over their spending boards. So with this bill he's introducing, he's calling for the city to establish a 6-person task force, which would examine the structure of the Board of Estimates. Now, Cohen says he's yet to decide whether the city should abolish the board altogether, shrink it, or expand it. So that's still to be determined. We should mention, though, in the meantime, that Councilman Cohen is considering a run for the city council president's seat himself. Reporting live in Harbor East, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, early edition.
Thank you, Shannon. Elsewhere in a city in crisis, full Baltimore City Council unanimously approving Faith Leach as Mayor Brandon Scott's pick for city administrator. It comes after a fiery exchange just last week when the committee rejected Leach. Well, Taylor Stewart is joining us live this morning with what sparked the sudden change. Taylor?
Well, Tom, we're learning more about what is happening behind the scenes of this entire conversation. Now, apparently this was not a question of her qualifications according to council members, but seems to be a referendum on the mayor. Now, they applauded her work and dedication to the city. It was a far different tone than what we saw erupt just last week. Take a listen.
This was about concerns with the administration, how the office has been structured, and I'm confident after the conversations that we've had over the weekend with the mayor directly, myself, with you and others, that we can hopefully work through those concerns.
They were mad at the mayor. They wanted to send him a message, and they sent it. It was the 2x4 to the back of his head.
Political analyst John Dede says there appears to be a disconnect between council and the mayor's office, particularly when it comes to transparency. But it's too early to determine any long-term fallout from this rift. But officially, Ms. Leach is the city's second city administrator. We're live at City Hall. I'm Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 Morning News.
Turning now to the crisis in the classroom, Governor Wes Moore doubling down on his proposal to cut funding from the Boost program. Now, former Governor Larry Hogan created that program to give scholarships to low-income families to send their children to private or parochial schools if their school is not up to standard. Well, in the light of that state report card, Fox 45 News asked the governor's office if he's still planning to cut the $2 million from that program. His office sent us this. Quote, the governor believes public dollars should be going to public schools.
Supporters of the Boost program say the governor's argument doesn't make sense because state dollars go to private ventures all the time, like housing vouchers and sports stadiums. Taxpayer watchdog David Williams says if public dollars should go to anything private, it should be schools.
To say that he doesn't want taxpayer dollars or public funding going to private schools, this isn't about that. It's finding the best educational opportunities for children, and sometimes private schools are the best educational opportunities.
Now, some claim the governor is cutting funding from the Boost program because of the influence from teachers' unions who supported Moore during his campaign. The governor denies those claims.
The decisions that I make are my decisions, and no one is behind those decisions.
I think that in many ways he's returning a favor to the unions for their endorsement.
Senate President Bill Ferguson says he's open to funding the Boost program, saying the $10 million the state spends on it is just a fraction of the $7.5 billion Maryland spends on education overall. It is important to note Governor Wes Moore himself attended private school.
Still ahead this morning, Maryland's Senate approves the Gun Safety Act. Words from supporters and those opposing the bill.
Plus, Annapolis is set to receive some major upgrades, the millions of dollars going toward a project to prevent destructive flooding.
Plus, we are in weather alert mode this morning. A weather authority team monitoring the high winds we'll see throughout the day. 5:37, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
5:39 is your time right now on our weather alert day. Look, winter is not done because spring starts on Monday next week. And look at this. We're even seeing some light snow showers in parts of Carroll and northern Baltimore County. A few of those flakes that are flying around right now. And it is definitely still cold with the wind combined with the temperatures. We've got wind chill numbers that are mainly in the 20s at this time. So all of us are starting off below freezing. You got to make sure to bundle up before you get out, and especially before you get the kids out to the bus stop. So make sure they have those warm winter coats. Sunglasses a little bit later today, as we will see some more sunshine, but the wind is going to be sticking around at least for the next couple of days. We'll have a closer look at this full forecast for you coming up in just a few.
Thank you, Justin. The Federal Reserve now placing Silicon Valley Bank under the microscope, the largest bank to fail since the 2008 financial crisis.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with what happens now and how the economy is responding. Megan.
Yeah, guys, taking you live to New York City here this morning, where Wall Street's confidence in banks still uneasy after the collapse of Silicon Valley and also signature banks as well. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the stocks as they were closing yesterday. This is what we've been seeing from regional bank shares just dropping at the close of yesterday. First Republic that you see here falling more than 60%. Western Alliance Bancorp, look at that, falling 47%. And then PacWest Bancorp, you see them falling just over 20% at the close of yesterday. Live now to the White House here this morning, where we know the Biden administration is trying to ease fears, saying the nation's banking system remains secure. Again, now getting word the Federal Reserve is taking a closer look now at Silicon Valley Bank and how it spiraled out of control. The Fed's vice chair for supervision leading the probe here, which is going to focus on how regulators, including some feds, missed the financial storm. That review is scheduled to be publicly released May 1st. Meantime, lawmakers are calling for action now.
For us in Congress, we need to revisit some of the regulation that was loosened on these regional mid-sized banks not so long ago. I certainly opposed that loosening at the time.
President Biden saying taxpayers will not be on the hook to help Silicon Valley Bank, adding that those responsible for the collapse will be held accountable. I'm Megan Gillen, Fox 45 News.
We need to make sure that we're holding all of our jurisdictions accountable, local jurisdictions, and also the Board of Education.
Governor Wes Moore speaking on the conditions of Maryland's schools, why he says accountability is necessary at all levels.
Plus, St. Patrick's Day is this weekend. The efforts from state police to ensure safety while you're celebrating. 5:42, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
545 and trending this morning, major upgrades are coming to the Annapolis City Dock. Federal lawmakers approving $3.5 million investment in the dock designed to protect the city from flooding, improve storm drains, and develop a business hub in that area. Senator Chris Van Hollen says Annapolis is a thriving community and the ability to enjoy it shouldn't depend on the weather.
What we're trying to do is make sure that no matter what day you come down here to City Dock, you can have the full good experience. You can get a sense of the history. You can come to restaurants or places like this right here, and you can walk around in a nice place that's not filled with cars and a parking lot.
Well, today, Congress has approved nearly $10 million for that project as claims of rising sea levels could put further strain on the city.
Looking ahead this morning, St. Patrick's Day is this weekend, and Maryland State Police are trying to crack down on drunk driving. Starting tomorrow, there will be saturation patrols across state highways stationed in areas known to have a high number of DUIs. Those patrols will last through Sunday. We're going to speak live with the Maryland State Police about the patrols. That's ahead in our 9 o'clock hour. Now, you are encouraged to celebrate, but do it responsibly. There will be several St. Patrick's Day activities in and around Baltimore over the next week. We have a full list available right now at foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. We want to see how you're celebrating St. Patrick's Day this year. Scan the QR code on your screen, and that will take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime in, where you can upload your pictures and videos. It's powered by Stackla.
Fox 45 invites you to come out and join us at the Be More Healthy Expo. That's coming up March 25th at the Baltimore Convention Center. It starts at Saturday morning at 10 o'clock and it goes until 4. And the expo can help guide you on your journey toward a healthier lifestyle. You can receive free health screenings, check out cooking demonstration, some dances, even learn about life-saving skills.
We packed a lot into that one day. All right, we got to see what we're going to be able to pack into this day. I don't know how much you can do in the wind, so we might be limited.
Well, and the thing is let's talk silver lining. I mean, at least this afternoon, we're going to have a little bit more sunshine, so not that, cloudy, kind of yucky day that we had yesterday. Yes. So that, I think is good. But our temperatures, they're not going to rise much. And with the wind, it's going to feel cold pretty much all day. So, yeah, maybe another inside afternoon. Our live cam from our downtown Baltimore area. This is our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam. Everything looks good out over the Inner Harbor right now. Your official number at BWI is 35 with officially wind at 16 to 20 miles an hour, but we definitely have some dry air in place, and that's what's going to be taking place over the next couple of hours as that strong and gusty wind moves in, mainly from the west and northwest as we head into the later part of the afternoon, where we could see some gusts near 45 and possibly even 50 miles an hour. That could knock over trees, possibly have some power outages, and definitely blowing a lot of the trash and the recycling around from your neighborhood, knocking over some loose objects as well. So this is all part of the next weather maker. It's this large nor'easter, which is bringing snow to that part of the country as we speak. We're even seeing a few flakes that are flying in parts of our area right here at home. So first, let's start with the wind. We're already seeing wind gusts in that 20 to 30 mile an hour range. Westminster down to Baltimore, into Annapolis, out through Stevensville on the eastern shore. The wind advisory now pushed up a little bit, starts at 9 o'clock this morning with those gusts that will be near 50 miles an hour through the afternoon and even into early tomorrow morning. That wind advisory will be in effect. This is the snow that I was talking about, and yeah, you're getting it in Carroll County right now, at least on the radar, being picked up with some of those flakes that are flying right there. Westminster right into Reisterstown along the Carroll and Baltimore County border there, and that is continuing to track from the north to the south. So this could be making a run toward Baltimore City in the next couple of minutes. In fact, we've seen a few pictures out there. Some of you already seen a few flakes that are trying to fly around parts of Baltimore City. In terms of accumulation, we're going to get much? No, not going to really be that at all, because it's really going to be the wind just kind of blowing in from this larger nor'easter to the north of us at this time. So here's a look at our future scan in terms of our wind speeds, anywhere from 20 to 30 and 40 miles an hour, continuing through the afternoon. That'll be the strongest wind. Late tonight, the wind dies down a bit, but it's going to pick right back up tomorrow. So no wind advisories at this time for Wednesday. We're going to stay out of the weather alert for Wednesday afternoon, but it's still going to be a pretty gusty day as well. So make sure the kids are bundled up as we get into the morning here with temperatures in the 30s, lower 40s. 40s through noontime, and when you pick them up, only in the mid-40s, although it'll feel colder than that through the afternoon. So your 7-day forecast, weather alert day today, windy conditions tomorrow, but we're back to the lower 50s. Finally, by Thursday and Friday, you see some improving temperatures, low to mid-60s as we head toward the weekend for St. Patrick's Day, and a little bit cooler with a few showers coming in on Saturday as well.
Now to your Lens Solar Traffic Network, taking a look at your drive times. Everyone's in the green throughout the Baltimore region. No issues to report, except for, as you just heard, the winds all across all the bridges here. Here's a live look now from the Lens Solar mobile track. It's on the inner loop, Bel Air Road. Actually, there's an accident blocking the right lane as you see flashing lights. So there is an issue that we need to report there. And you can barely make them out with those headlights right here. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Penn Train 511 operating with a 20-minute delay. We've got Train 843 running 5 to 10 minutes late on the Camden line, and Penn Train 407 5 minutes behind. Allow time for travel in those instances. Light Rail Link working with a service disruption between Falls Road and the Timonium Fairground stops. That's due to ongoing maintenance. Shuttle buses are in place bridging the gap there. And if your ride is on Metro Subway Link, it looks good. No delays in either direction of that service. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Manhunt underway this morning for the former aide of Governor Larry Hogan. What we're learning led up to the search and what happened when Roy McGrath is found.
Plus, House lawmakers in Maryland approve a framework that would allow recreational marijuana to be sold as soon as July. What comes next in the process? 5:51 is the time.
.554 and developing now. Former President Donald Trump sets his eyes on the White House again. He made his first trip to Iowa since announcing his bid.
Now, Iowa is a key stomping ground for candidates. Early polls show Trump remains widely popular with Iowa Republicans, with 80% saying they have a favorable view of him. With Iowa being a leader in agriculture, Trump took time to lay out the ways he helped farmers during his presidency and made a promise.
Within hours of my inauguration, I will cancel every Biden policy that's brutalizing our farmers. Every single one.
Trump made sure to criticize his anticipated rival Ron DeSantis, saying that he's not the pick for farmers. Florida governor is yet to launch his campaign, but made a stop in Iowa last week. So far, Iowa Republicans have a 74% favorable view of DeSantis. Donald Trump's former lawyer, Michael Cohen, scheduled to testify before a Manhattan grand jury again tomorrow.
Cohen testified for 3 hours yesterday and answered questions about hush money payments made to a porn star on behalf of the former president. Prosecutors will be looking at whether Trump was involved in the payments and how they were accounted for internally at Trump's company. Although Cohen is a Trump loyalist turned adversary, he says his testimony before a Manhattan grand jury isn't political.
This is not revenge, right? What this is about accountability. I don't want to see anyone, including Donald Trump, indicted, prosecuted, convicted, incarcerated, simply because I fundamentally disagree with them. This is all about accountability. He needs to be held accountable for his dirty deeds.
Trump has called the investigation a big witch hunt.
This week, Republicans from the House Homeland Security Committee are holding what's called a field hearing, convening in Texas to examine White House border policies and what they charge is a direct connection to record-breaking numbers of migrants coming across the border.
Now, it has at times overwhelmed the system, including just this past weekend. National correspondent Christine Frizzell returned from the border a short time ago and has a report.
A shocking scene Sunday at the southern border. More than 1,000 migrants in Ciudad Juarez rushing toward El Paso, Texas, after this social media post suggested they'd be let in. Instead, they were met with a line of police and tear gas. The port of entry shut down for hours. But concerns are now heightened following frustration and anger from some after more restrictive policies were put forth by the Biden administration.
Do not just show up at the border.
President Biden announcing a new rule to allow for rapid deportation of anyone who didn't request asylum on the mobile app known as CBP One, or did not request protection in other countries while en route to the United States, all ahead of May 11th, when the public health policy Title 42 expires.
They're going to get frustrated. They do not want to wait in Mexico. They want to get across, and we probably will start seeing an increase in human smuggling between the ports of entry.
Some local authorities taking matters into their own hands, including sending migrants on buses to other parts of the country.
The razor wire you see up above, along with these containers, have just been added over the last few weeks and months by the Texas National Guard to provide an extra layer of barrier in what is essentially just a few feet from Mexico.
This week also brought the death of at least 8 migrants whose boat capsized off the coast of San Diego. High-speed chases through residential neighborhoods have become a common scene, from here in Laredo to Del Rio, Texas.
To us, it's just daily life. We've had people that have unfortunately perished in car accidents here. We've had smugglers ram into a father and daughter. We've had quite a few people that we've lost already do this.
Snapshots from a border still facing challenge after challenge, and no sign yet that Congress is working to come up with a plan. I'm Christine Frizzell reporting.
We're starting with our weather alert day today, tracking the wind from the nor'easter to the north of us. We'll be talking about how long this wind sticks around.
A bill that would prevent you from bringing a gun near many public places clears the Senate. Just ahead, we'll hear from those for and against.
And another bill moving through the General Assembly today that would target gun offenders. How many times it's been introduced before and what we expect to happen.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
We are are taking a live look at the Inner Harbor as we are in weather alert mode today because of high winds. Good morning on this Tuesday, March 14th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Joining us now, meteorologist Justin Chambers, because of this weather alert day.
That's exactly what we're talking about, guys. We're talking about trying to secure loose objects, trash hanging out outside today or this evening is going to be blowing down into your neighbor's yard. Not only the trash, but possibly the trash can as well. Possible power outages, too. When you get wind in the 40 and 50 mile an hour gust range, that's when we could see some issues. So strong and gusty wind for our weather alert day. Wind advisories, they started at 9 o'clock this morning, but we're already seeing the wind gusts, and those wind advisories last until early tomorrow morning as well. You can see that all of the areas here in Beige under that wind advisory with the westerly wind and northwesterly wind kicking up throughout the day today. Check out some of the wind gusts here. 25 in Westminster, 32 mile an hour wind gusts just reported in Baltimore City, 32 in Stevensville as well. So across the bay into the eastern shore, and all of us dealing with that strong westerly wind. And we're also dealing with some light precipitation. This is all part of that nor'easter. So some of these light snow showers, when you zoom in a little bit closer, we're seeing some of the white being picked up there. Westminster, Manchester, up in northern Baltimore County. That's going to be coming down from the north to the south. So don't be surprised in the next, I'd say, 30 minutes to an hour or so if we don't see a few flakes flying around Baltimore City and out there for your drive. Speaking of your drive, Mr. Bo says we're not that good to go. You got to make sure to take it slow today because we have the yellow light there with that wind. Got to hang on to that steering wheel with two hands as it is going to be gusty throughout the day. Temperatures don't do much in terms of the highs in the 40s this afternoon. We do have warmer numbers coming later this week, and we'll talk about that coming up. All right, any issues out there on the roads right now, Tom?
No, actually, we're getting some issues cleared up here now in the Baltimore region, and really it's just the winds and the snow that was in the western region that was slowing anyone down. Taking a look at your drive times from your Lynn Solar mobile track right there, and you see we are Lynn Solar traffic, and we are in the green. No issues to report.
The problem we have with firearms and gun violence is criminals with repeat violent criminal activity using guns illegally. It's not concealed carry permit holders. If anything, we need to encourage people, hey, you can practice your Second Amendment rights.
We begin this morning with your Session 2023 coverage. Solutions to the ongoing crime crisis in Maryland is top of mind for lawmakers this year.
In just a few minutes, Taylor Stewart will be joining us live with a look at the Violent Firearms Offender Act and the hearing that's happening today.
But we begin with Shannon Lilly. She is looking into the Gun Safety Act, and she's got both sides, supporters of the act and those who oppose it. Shannon.
Yeah, and there are a lot of people at odds over this bill, Patrice. It would mean that lawful gun owners, if this is passed, lawful gun owners cannot bring their weapons near many of these establishments that are here around us right now. And in last night's Senate floor session, the Gun Safety Act passed 31-16, meaning it is now heading to the House. So let's take a closer look at what this bill would do if it does pass. The Gun Safety Act prevents legal gun owners from bringing their weapon within 100 feet of many public places. So we're talking stadiums, we're talking movie theaters, restaurants, hospitals, and more. Now, the bill was introduced in response to a Supreme Court decision that found New York's gun law requiring applicants to give a reason for carrying was unconstitutional. The decision meant that Maryland's good and substantial reason requirement also fell too. So that then made it easier for you to obtain a wear and carry permit here in our state. So supporters say the Gun Safety Act makes the state safer because it'll get guns out of more public places. Critics argue it targets legal gun owners and takes away a method of self-defense, and they're also calling it unconstitutional. So let's take a listen to those different perspectives.
I believe it would be a violation of my oath to vote for a bill which I believe is unconstitutional.
We've had murders and shootings, we've had carjackings and other types of really violent offenses, many times involving firearms. But once again, this General Assembly is not rushing to deal with the people causing those problems. Once again, the General Assembly is looking to pass restrictions on somebody else.
So it's not an either or. We can both strengthen current gun laws in response to Bruin, as well as address those illegal weapons.
So once again, this bill passing the Senate last night means it now heads to the House. And of course, we will be closely following this. Reporting live in Harbor East, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Today, the Maryland General Assembly is expected to take up legislation pushed by former Governor Larry Hogan.
The Violent Firearms Offenders Act has stalled twice before, but this year could be different.
Taylor Stewart is live with more on the committee hearing that could increase fines and jail time for gun offenders, notably repeat offenders. Taylor.
Exactly. That is the goal of this bill that was introduced by former Governor Larry Hogan. Now, it went through the House twice, but stalled in the Senate. And so maybe today will be different. We'll have to wait and see. But the ongoing gun violence is pushing State Delegate Kathy Saliga. She's a Republican from Baltimore County. She's urging her colleagues in Annapolis to pass the GOP-backed Violent Arms Offender Act. It would increase fines and jail time for gun offenders, notably repeat offenders, requiring them to serve 90% of their sentence. Now, here's why Hogan last week told us this year could be different.
We now have a state's attorney in Baltimore City, Ivan Bates, who seems to want to focus on violent crime and who is supporting some of the positive measures.
Unfortunately, in Annapolis, we have a lot of politicians who are soft on crime and actually want to go the other way and say that anyone under 25 shouldn't be charged with a crime.
Now, this bill will have to get Democratic support in the Democratic-controlled legislature, but that hearing is scheduled for 1 o'clock today. We'll keep our eyes on it and you updated. We're live here in Baltimore. I'm Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Taylor. The Maryland House approves a framework that would allow recreational marijuana to be sold as soon as July.
Under the bill, current medical dispensaries would be able to have a dual license to also sell recreational marijuana products. Priority for licenses is set to be given to minority owners affected by past marijuana laws. That bill is now heading to the Senate.
A new measure could end the statute of limitations for child abuse victims in the state. It passed 10-1 in committee Friday. The bill would apply to cases against public and private institutions. Currently, people who say that they were abused as a child have until they turn 38 years of age to file a civil lawsuit. Now, the Maryland Catholic Conference is opposed to this bill, calling it unconstitutional. You can make your voice heard. Just scan that QR code you see right there on your screen. It will contact you with your local state delegates and senators. It'll take you to our website where we've listed the phone numbers and email addresses. There's been a change of course from City Council when it comes to the mayor's pick for city administrator. Just ahead, why they decided to overturn their decision.
Councilman Zeke Cohen introduces a bill to restructure the Board of Estimates, why he wants to make changes.
We are seeing feels like temperatures in the 20s, so you'll want to make sure to bundle up, you and especially the kids, as we get out on your blustery Tuesday. Back with more on our Weather Alert Day on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning.
The first nor'easter of the season is about to hit the New England coast.
Megan Gillen is at our live center now with the extreme conditions residents there are bracing for this morning. Megan?
There's a lot going on here, guys, this morning. Is this weather already moving through, taking you live to New York City, where you can already see the snow blowing around there. We've got blustery conditions in Albany, New York as well. Let's go ahead and take you live there this morning, where we know a winter storm warning is now in effect there until tomorrow morning. And guys, it's a little hard to see, but they've got snow already falling, and they could see anywhere from 9 to 18 inches over the next 24 hours. Just imagine that. A live look at our radar here shows the entire New England coast. Look at this, now bracing for this nor'easter, with more than 20 million people under winter alerts right now. New York's governor already issuing a state of emergency.
This will be a dangerous storm. Please stay off the roads for your own safety. Stay in your homes. So let's make sure that we are home safe. That's the #1 message.
Well, we want to take you live now to Plymouth, New Hampshire, where the snow is forecasted to really start picking up at this hour right now. Not seeing a whole lot falling. Already they have a dusting on the ground there. They're bracing, though, for more heavy snow today. They're looking at low visibility, dangerous driving conditions. Let's go ahead and take you live now to Boston, Massachusetts, where we're already seeing the mix of a wet mix. Sometimes rain, sometimes snow. It's kind of been blowing around out there. A live look from Boston there this morning, just into our newsroom. Check out these new images showing a huge fleet of Rhode Island Energy trucks on standby right now, as massive power outages are expected all across that region here. We're talking about heavy snow, possibly 2 to 3 inches per hour in some parts of New England. Forecasters predicting anywhere from a foot to 30 inches of snow now possible in some parts. All of that, guys, coupled with wind speeds of up to 55 miles per hour. And that is what has us on weather alert here this morning. It's those strong winds that we've been watching. Let's go ahead and bring in the expert, meteorologist Justin Chambers. How dangerous do you think that our winds could be here, Justin?
Well, we're talking about the wind advisories now that started 9 o'clock this morning, Megan. That's going to be knocking over trees, potentially power lines, and definitely any of those loose objects that are out there. This is all from that nor'easter, which is bringing that snow and even that rain to parts of that section of the country. 25 to 32 mile an hour wind gusts we've already seen here just in the last couple of minutes. And then also we're seeing a little bit of those wintry conditions with the precipitation moving through. In fact, I'll zoom in a little bit closer right here, and you can see Westminster, Manchester, Hampstead, down through Eldersburg, even near Butler and Cockeysville. We're seeing a few of those showers coming in. I just stepped outside here on TV Hill, and we're seeing a few of those flurries that are flowing around right now. Some of you can get into light dusting at this time. Winter is not done with us yet, my friends. Grab a jacket. Later today, we actually will see more sunshine, so you can have the sunglasses, but no need really for the umbrella, as we're not tracking any rain. It's just the wind that we'll have to deal with for the afternoon. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that for you and talk about some improving conditions later this week in just a few.
Mexico is one of the most popular countries tourists hit for spring break, and now officials are warning U.S. citizens from crossing the border. Just ahead, things you should do if you plan to travel to Mexico.
Americans can have confidence that the banking system is safe.
President Biden is reassuring Americans that banks and your deposits are safe after Silicon Valley Bank collapsed Friday. How this could impact more rate hikes. 6:13, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
U.S. Marshals confirming a manhunt is underway for Roy McGrath. He's the former aide to Governor Larry Hogan, accused of stealing hundreds of thousands from the state while he led the Maryland Environmental Service.
The U.S. Marshal Service is calling McGrath a fugitive. They tell us that Baltimore and Washington, D.C. agents are working to find him.
McGrath was set to travel to Baltimore Sunday night for his trial. Florida law enforcement officials went to McGrath's house in Naples, Florida for a welfare check yesterday. They tell us he wasn't there. His attorney says he spoke with McGrath Sunday afternoon and says that there didn't seem to be any issues.
We had a very engaged conversation regarding what was going to be happening today and a variety of issues that we have been discussing over time. And I sensed nothing that would cause me concern about Roy's plans for today.
Well, the trial is now in a delay, and the judge dismissed the jury. As part of his pretrial release, McGrath had to give up his passport. If he is found, he'll be arrested and brought to Baltimore for trial.
Fox 45 News will continue to follow this developing story and bring you any updates as soon as we get them. You can download the Fox 45 News app to be sure you don't miss any breaking developments. Trending now, a new Dollar General open with expanded food selection in Essex. A new store along Stemmers Run Road will have more fresh food available. To help commemorate opening this new store, Dollar General plans to donate 100 new books to a nearby elementary school.
A man from Howard County scores big yet again in the Maryland lottery.
Officials say he won his 4th lottery prize. This time, he just won a mere $50,000.
$50,000. According to lottery officials, Kenneth Weinberg buys scratch-off tickets just about every day. In the past, he's won $100,000. So I guess, you know, yeah. you've gotten enough to keep playing. Yeah. Well, he says that he plays at the Royal Farms in Elkridge, and he told lottery officials that he plans to use his prize to fund home remodeling projects.
All right, well, good. Yeah, that hat that he has on his head right there won't stay on long today.
That's right. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is joining us with our weather alert day.
Yeah, that's a great point. Tom, Patrice, good morning to both of you. Yeah, just forget about doing the hair today. It's going to be blowing all around, and that's why we have the weather alert in effect here, talking about the potential for trees being blown over, possible power outages here at home, and even a few flakes that are flying around parts of the area right now. Now, it's still dark this morning. The sun not coming up for another hour or so, but downtown Baltimore, everything from that picture looks fine. But when you look at that wind speed, the sustained wind at 21 to 25 miles an hour from the west with stronger gusts that we've already seen since we came on the air this morning. 36 your current temperature. Doesn't feel like that. Feels like we're in the 20s for most of us as we step outside. So this is what the weather alert day is all about. The wind conditions, the windy conditions out of the west, 20 to 30, gusts near 45 and 50 miles an hour. We are tracking wind advisories that will begin in a little while and will go all the way through tomorrow morning. This is all part of the next weather maker, that nor'easter into the New England states, bringing rain right now to Boston and more of that snow into parts of Massachusetts and New York as well. Could see a pretty decent amount there. We're even getting a few flakes that are flying around here. Look at the wind gusts here. Just in the last 20 minutes, 19 to 32 miles an hour for Westminster and Baltimore across the Bay Bridge into Stevensville. The bridges have wind warnings on them this morning. So as you head out for your commute, you've got to really hang on to that steering wheel. You got to watch out high-profile vehicles too, especially driving on the interstates as you get the high speeds out there. Here's the wind speeds we're talking about out of the west and northwest, 25 to 35 miles an hour, and gusts possibly near 50 miles an hour later today. And here's some of the snow that we're seeing, especially for you in Carroll County, Westminster back into Manchester, over to Beaver Ridge, down into Reisterstown here, just into parts of northern Baltimore County, and that Carroll County line is what we're seeing right now. And this is all kind of the southern end of this larger system that is that area of low pressure. It was a coastal low and now starting to slam parts of the East Coast there. That will continue to track toward the north over the next couple of hours. This is a future scan with our wind here at home today, and you can see 2-3 o'clock is when we expect to see the strongest wind speeds, mainly out of the west and northwest. Now into tonight, that wind is still going to be with us even through tomorrow morning and into the afternoon as well. We're still talking about 20 to 30 mile an hour gusts, not as strong tomorrow, so no wind advisories, and we're not going to be weather alert on Wednesday as of right now. As the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, make sure they are bundled up and ready for the day today with with temperatures in the 30s through 7 a.m. 40s this afternoon. That's it for our temperatures, but it's going to feel a lot colder than that. Might say blustery for your day today. Numbers across the region in the 40s for your high temperatures. Now, checking the temperature tracker, we do see improvement in the numbers later this week. Lower 50s tomorrow, and then some low to mid 60s into Thursday and Friday. We do have a bit of a dip as we head toward Saturday and Sunday, the last couple of days of winter, as spring begins next Monday, the spring equinox. So again, weather alert day for today. Still windy tomorrow, but improving for Thursday and Friday with low to mid 60. We'll track a few showers possible late Friday and into Saturday as well. Sunday we will drop into the upper 40s, but we're dry. And then next week, another warming trend right as we kick off spring. Back to you.
All right, looking now at the roadways in our Lynn Stoller traffic network. There is an accident in College Park on 95 northbound. That's between the Beltway and Maryland 212. The two right lanes are blocked. It is bumper to bumper. So if you're heading out of the Baltimore region and heading down that direction, give yourself some time. Here's a live look now from the Lynn Stoller mobile track. There's an accident on the 695 inner loop. That's at Bel Air Road. All the lanes are still open. Traffic still moving, but just something to keep your eye out for. Let's get a check now on mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA is here. Hi, Mark.
Hi, Patrice. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find train 511 on the Penn line operating with a 20-minute delay, and Camden train 845 running about 5 minutes late. Allow time for travel there. Light rail link remains with a service disruption between Falls Road and the Timonium Fairground stops. That's due to maintenance ongoing. Shuttle buses are in place, bridging the gap there, providing service. Allow time for travel on light rail link. Metro subway link looking good. No delays in either direction of that service. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
A push to restructure the Board of Estimates. Just ahead, why one councilman says the mayor just has too much control right now.
It's ahead in our 7 o'clock hour. Republican delegate Kathy Schlega and Democrat State Senator Antonio Hayes. They'll be joining us live to discuss a bill which aims to teach conflict resolution in all public high schools. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Well, now to a bright spot for you this morning, an Arizona great-grandmother's motto, live life to the fullest.
Leah Dickey recently turned 90 years old, and to celebrate, she jumped out of an airplane. Leah and her sister had a bucket list of all the things they wanted to do with their life, and one of them was jumping out of a plane.
You know, that was the strange thing, because I had no fear whatsoever. When I was just flying up there like a bird, I could see everything below. It was beautiful, and it's so green and gorgeous.
Well, after safely landing, friends and family greeted Leah to bring in a new decade of joy. We are in weather alert mode this morning. Don't want to jump out of airplanes today because our weather authority team tracking down the high winds and how it could impact just your morning commute on the ground.
And it is official. The city has a new city administrator. We'll tell you about the turnaround vote that changed yesterday. We'll keep you updated here at Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Weather Alert Tuesday morning. Coming up on the 6:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. It's not because of some of the snowflakes that are falling for some of you. No, it's about the wind. Meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Yeah, that's the whole thing, guys. It's like winter is just not done, and officially it's not done until next Monday when we move into spring. But yeah, we are definitely seeing the weather alert day for that strong and gusty wind, which we've already seen most of the morning. That wind is blowing around some of those flakes out of the west at 20 to 30 miles miles an hour. Still some gusts near 45 and 50 by the time we get into the afternoon, with wind advisories that start at 9 a.m. You can actually see this on this map here. All of us in that beige under wind advisories, again, starting at 9 o'clock this morning, going through tomorrow morning, with some of those gusts could be near 40 and 50 miles an hour. We're already seeing 16 to 20 and 32-mile-an-hour wind gusts right now from Westminster, Cockeysville over to Baltimore City. And you can see some of those showers right there. It's from that nor'easter that's in the New England states right now. But as we zoom in a little bit closer, you look at all that white right there. And that is right there in Westminster, coming right down 795 toward Owings Mills and Eldersburg. A few of those flakes flying in northern Baltimore County on 83 as well. So probably within the next hour or so, we'll see some of these snow showers right around Baltimore City. Our morning drive, temperatures staying cold in the 30s, feeling even colder than that. So I have that yellow light there in effect because it is going to be windy, and you'll have to deal with, especially high-profile vehicles, got to watch out for that as you head out on the roads. Back with your full forecast, we'll take a closer look at when we'll see some improving conditions coming up in a few. How's it looking on the roads right now, Tom?
Not bad at all. Just one little accident earlier that was on 695 and Bel Air Road. In fact, it's the inner loop, so this camera's turned around right now. Not causing any delays in that area. You just see some flashing lights on your right-hand side when you're looking at that ramp to get off onto Bel Air Road.
6:32 now, and turning to a city in crisis. Councilman Zeke Cohen is introducing a bill to restructure Baltimore's Board of Estimates, saying that Mayor Brandon Scott has too much control over major deals in the city.
Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning with why he says this is so necessary. Shannon?
Well, Cohen says that this is crucial, Tom, because as you guys said, he believes the mayor has too much control over how the city spends its money. And so that is something that he is hoping to see change. In fact, remember that controversial conduit deal that the mayor approved last month? Yeah, he says that is just another example of this. The agreement was pushed through by the mayor and two of his appointees, even though Comptroller Bill Henry and Council President Nick Mosby sat out and boycotted the meeting, trying to prevent that vote in the first place. So Councilman Zeke Cohen says what this comes down to is the mayor essentially having universal control over which major deals get approved in the city.
Too often we've seen instances of corruption where a mayor has gone down on a scandal that was related to the Board of Estimates. And that's because the mayor controls 3 out of the 5 votes on the BOE.
And Councilman Cohen says few other cities give the mayor that strong control over their spending boards. So with this bill he's introducing, he's calling for the city to establish a 6-person task force which would examine the structure of the Board of Estimates. And Cohen says he's yet to decide whether the city should expand the board, shrink it, or even just abolish it altogether. Now, we should note, though, that in the meantime, Cohen has said he's considering a run for the city council president seat himself as well. Reporting live in Harbor East, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Elsewhere in a city in crisis, full Baltimore City Council unanimously approving Faith Leach as Mayor Brandon Scott's pick for city administrator.
It comes after a fiery exchange last week when the committee rejected Leach.
Taylor Stewart is joining us live this morning with what sparked the sudden change. Taylor?
Well, a lot must have happened behind the scenes over this weekend in private conversations because a full turnaround, a unanimous vote to confirm Faith Leach as the city administrator happening on Monday. Now, it appears that this was not a question of her qualifications as initially thought to be, but her colleagues applauded her work, calling her a servant, a dedicated public servant. But we know right now that this may be a referendum to Brandon Scott's as the mayor.
This was about concerns with the administration, how the office has been structured, and I'm confident after the conversations that we've had over the weekend with the mayor directly, myself, with you and others, that we can hopefully work through those concerns.
They were mad at the mayor. They wanted to send him a message, and they sent it. It was the 2x4 to the back of his head.
Political analyst John Dede says there appears to be a disconnect between council and the mayor's office, particularly when it comes to transparency. It is too early to determine if any long-term fallout will happen from this rift, but Ms. Leach is officially confirmed as the city administrator here in Baltimore. We're live in Baltimore. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 Morning News.
It makes you frightened, and
always weary where you go looking around, trying to figure out if something bad's going to happen to you.
Dr. Ben Carson telling his story about growing up in poverty. Just ahead in our 7 o'clock hour, Project Baltimore's Chris Pabb speaks with Carson, who says he is proof that where you begin isn't always where you end up.
We are in weather alert this morning. Just ahead, when we can expect the high winds that are whipping out there to finally die down. 6:36, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
The dogwoods bloom in Charleston, South Carolina, but sunny days and cold nights are nigh. Some areas even expecting frost tonight, but it'll warm to the 60s by Wednesday. Meanwhile, a view from a snowmobile in Vermont. Meteorologist Ryan Munn of Maine says all the mountain trees were coated in hoarfrost. Hoary, an Old English word that describes the hairy, gray, or white appearance of such ice crystals.
For more content like this, like the National Weather Desk on Facebook.
We're 20 minutes in front of 7 o'clock on a weather alert Tuesday, all because of the nor'easter that is bringing us the very strong wind and even a few flakes that are flying around parts of the area this hour. Check out some of these wind gusts, mainly from the west, 17 to 32 miles an hour. So it is definitely gusty out there. And with that being said, our temps are in the 30s. It feels like we're in the 20s. All of us waking up with below freezing feels like temperatures. So you'll want to make sure to get bundled up before you and the kids step outside. This is some of that snow that I was talking about moving into parts of Carroll and Baltimore County, right near Owens Mills, down through Milford Mill, up into Westminster and Manchester, even getting a light dusting for some of you in Carroll County this morning. Here's a look at your jogging cast. If you're out for a run or a jog, make sure to bundle up, maybe do some indoor exercises today. We do have some nicer numbers on the way later this week in terms of warmer conditions. We'll talk about that coming up in a few.
Well, the Federal Reserve now placing Silicon Valley Bank under the microscope, the largest bank to fail since the 2008 financial crisis.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with what happens now and how the economy is responding. Megan.
A spiral effect here, guys, taking you live to New York City, where Wall Street's confidence in banks still uneasy after the collapse of Silicon Valley and also Signature Bank. So we've been taking a look at how the stocks ended yesterday. Let's take a look here. We know regional bank shares dropping at the close of yesterday. First Republic that you see right here falling more than 60%. Western Alliance Bancorp stock falling 47%. And then we've got PacWest Bancorp here falling more than 20%. Again, at the close of yesterday. Live now to the White House here this morning, where the Biden administration is trying to ease fear, saying the nation's banking system remains secure. Again, now getting word the Federal Reserve is now taking a closer look at Silicon Valley Bank and how it spiraled. The Fed's vice chair for supervision leading that probe, which will focus on how regulators, including some feds, missed the financial storm. That review is scheduled to be publicly released May 1st. But in the meantime, lawmakers are calling for action now.
For us in Congress, we need to revisit some of the regulation that was loosened on these regional mid-sized banks not so long ago. I certainly opposed that loosening at the time.
Well, the Biden administration saying that taxpayers will not be on the hook for the help that Silicon Valley Bank gets, adding that those responsible for the collapse will be held accountable. That's the latest from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. Coming up in our 7 o'clock hour, Anne Arundel County Executive Stuart Pittman will be joining us live to weigh in on the report card for Anne Arundel County schools. 6:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. .45 in your morning rush, a bill would increase fines and jail time for gun offenders, and it's getting a second shot. Taylor Stewart will be joining us live here with the Hogan-era crime bill that lawmakers will hear today. Taylor.
That is right. Now, this bill does increase penalties for violent gun offenders, even first-time offenders, but especially repeat offenders. As you said, Tom, it was introduced by Governor Larry Hogan in the past. It made it through the House twice, made it through the Senate twice, stalled in the House. But today it is back up for another hearing. It was introduced again by a Republican out of Baltimore County, and we're going to keep our eyes on it as it moves through today. That's what we'll have just ahead for you. More on that at 7 o'clock.
Lawmakers in the Senate approve a bill that would prevent legal gun owners from bringing their weapon near many public places. Shannon Lilly joins us live in Harbor East. Shannon, what's next for this bill?
Well, since it passed in a Senate floor session last night, Patrice, it now moves to the House. And so, of course, we're going to be closely following this. But what this bill would do, it's called the Gun Safety Act. What it would do if it does pass this General Assembly session is essentially make it illegal for lawful gun owners to carry their weapons near many of the establishments that are near me right now. So we're talking restaurants, we're talking theaters, stadiums, and much more. So those who are supporting the bill say this is necessary to keep you safe. Those opposed are calling it unconstitutional. Stay with us because in just 15 minutes, we're going to hear from those two different sides directly, and I'll break this down further. Now back to you.
Well, thank you, Shannon. Major upgrades coming to Annapolis City Dock.
Federal lawmakers are approving a $3.5 million investment in the dock designed to protect the city from flooding, improve storm drains, and develop a business hub in the area. Senator Chris Van Hollen says that Annapolis is a thriving community and the ability to enjoy it shouldn't depend on the weather.
What we're trying to do is make sure that no matter what day you come down here to City Dock, you can have the full good experience. You can get a sense of the history. You can come to restaurants or places like this right here, and you can walk around in a nice place that's not filled with cars and a parking lot.
Well, to date, Congress has approved nearly $10 million for that same project. Some claim rising sea levels could put further strain on the city.
6:47 now. We are in weather alert as the winds are whipping through the region.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers talking about the winds. We were just talking about City Dock there, Justin. Winds going out. They're sending the water out, or they could possibly be bringing them back up the bay.
Well, and that's the thing. That's what we actually saw yesterday. You know, interesting that you mentioned that, Tom. Patrice, good morning to both of you. That coastal flooding is when we have those coastal flood advisories and coastal flood warnings, when we get more of that kind of onshore flow that helps to kind of push it up the Chesapeake. But that wind is shifted and will be more north and northwesterly today and kind of pushing things more outward. So the wind definitely plays a part in what we see in terms of living close to the water. Our Towson camera right now, kind of tough to see. A lot of cloud cover out there and even a few flakes that are flying around. We're seeing it right here in TV Hill, and you may even see a few snow showers or a couple of flakes that are flying around your home this morning. Temperature at 36, westerly wind 21 miles an hour. Feels like we're in the 20s. It is a raw, cold winter day today, and it is still officially winter for at least 6 more days. The old man winter is saying, I ain't done with y'all yet. Our strong and gusty wind here is what we're in weather alert for today. West out of the west at 20 to 30 miles an hour, even some gusts near 45 and possibly even 50 miles an hour this afternoon. Wind advisories that will go through tomorrow morning. This is the snow that I was talking about. Eldersburg up into Westminster, over to Garrison and Milford Mill, seeing a few of those flurries around Cockeysville and parts of West Baltimore, kind of the outer loop of the Beltway, all the way up toward 83 North as you head up toward New Freedom and the Maryland and PA line. It's kind of just the bottom edge of this system where it looks a little bit more active on this HD radar picture, but again, we're not seeing a lot of that actually hit the ground. All part of the nor'easter hitting the New England states and bringing a lot of rain to Boston and to areas there in Rhode Island. And then just north of that, it's more of that snow with that colder air that is mixed in. Even a few snow flurries around parts of New York City right now. And then that snow level is going to continue to drop, and those snow totals will pick up throughout the day in that part of the U.S. for the afternoon. Now, we're not talking about snow here, but we are definitely talking about the wind. All of us here in that beige, which is pretty much the entire viewing area, west-northwest wind 25 to 35 miles an hour. Wind advisories, they start at 9 o'clock this morning and go all the way through tomorrow morning, but we're already seeing the wind. We are expecting the strongest wind to be later this afternoon at 20 to 30 to 40 miles an hour. Wind doesn't die down too much tonight. Still going to be gusting here in the overnight hours, kind of rattling your windows through tomorrow morning. And then even tomorrow by midday and into the afternoon. Still 20 to 30 mile an hour wind gusts, but not nearly as windy as what we're going to see today. Kind of the height of it today, which is why we're in weather alert mode. As you rise and shine with us next couple of hours, mid to upper 30s. Sun comes up just after 7 o'clock. We actually will see more of the sun later this afternoon, even though we've got that cold and blustery feel. Temperatures in the low to mid 40s. Typically we're in the 50s, but again, it is not going to feel like the 40s today. It'll feel more like the 30s and even 20s throughout the afternoon. So here's your 7-day forecast. Still windy tomorrow, but temps back to the lower 50s. Great conditions here Thursday and Friday. And by great, I mean big improvements. Low to mid 60s is what we're talking about. Even though we've got a few showers to deal with late Friday into Saturday, overall St. Pat's will be nice. And again, those temperatures really coming back up. Tom.
Thank you, Justin. Now your Lynn Solar Traffic Network, looking at your traffic on the roadways. Everyone's moving fine. North of the city, you see that green there, but north of the city, you do have snow accumulation, especially right at Meadow Tree Road in Harford County. It looks like there's some slowdowns there and some slick spots. So they have them highlighted from Westminster all the way over until it looks like you get to Pilesville in Whiteford. That's where there's highways are definitely getting a little bit more attention there because of the snowfall. Now look from your Lens Solar mobile track. Our photographer Graham is on the inner loop of 695 where traffic's moving along smoothly. So far, no issues in your morning commute.
The Be More Healthy Expo is coming up on March 25th, just ahead. In our 9 o'clock hour, one of the many chefs that you can meet at the expo will be here with us in studio to talk about why eggs aren't just a breakfast food.
Kangaroo Kids celebrating 45 years and will be taking over the main stage at Be More Healthy Expo. Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark will be live in Ellicott City a little bit later on with how their jumping journey started.
And I hope he had a big cup of coffee before he went out to see the Kangaroo Kids, because I'm sure they're going to put him to work.
Perfect time actually to help jump you into your work day. It's time for a coffee break. Making your headlines this morning, another major cryptocurrency bank lender shuts down.
Silvergate Bank was the first to topple, closing up shop and liquidating assets earlier this month. Now, New York regulators have shut down Signature Bank due to what they say are systemic risks.
This comes amid a widespread crypto collapse as the Fed raises interest rates to try and tame inflation. Even so, Bitcoin, the crypto gold standard, saw its price soar above $24,000, down year over year, but up in recent weeks.
Well, now to your assignment, America. We're seeing another financial flaw, this time with the collapse of the Silicon Valley Bank.
And national correspondent Kayla Gaskins joining us from Washington with a look at the failures leading up to the company's downfall.
For 4 decades, Silicon Valley Bank catered to the tech world, funding companies like Pinterest, ZipRecruiter, and Shopify. On Friday, the institution collapsed.
This is the biggest failure since 2008.
Home Depot co-founder Bernie Marcus arguing the bank's leaders took their eye off the ball.
Their own people should have spotted this, but they didn't. They were too busy woke. They were too busy playing the woke game.
Ahead of the downfall, those at the top pushing a series of diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives.
This bank, they're so concerned with DEI and politics and all kinds of stuff.
A company communication from last August outlined goals for increasing the number of women and minorities in senior leadership.
Not hiring the brightest people, but hiring people based on what they look like or where they fall in the social register. A bank is there for one reason, to make investments and to make sure their investments are right and smart.
Marcus expanding on his ideas related to the harm of woke culture in his new book, Kick Up Some Dust.
If you don't make money, nobody can survive. If you don't make money, you can't employ people.
Republican Congressman James Comer blaming SVB's fall on progressive investments.
They were one of the most woke banks in their quest for the ESG type policy and investing, and there are consequences for bad Democrat policy.
Most experts say the Federal Reserve's interest rate hikes are the main reason for the bank's collapse, and some on the left, like Senator Bernie Sanders, blaming former President Donald Trump's policies loosening regulations on smaller banks like SVB. In Washington, I'm Kayla Gaskins.
In other financial news, Pentagon laying out its budget for the upcoming year, and it involves increased advanced missiles, space defense, and modern jets. Leaders explaining the calculations mounting to more than $800 billion. It's the largest request since the mid-2000s when hundreds of thousands of troops were deployed in Iraq and Afghanistan. They say it's to beef up defenses to combat the growing threat China now poses. Another goal is to speed up production of munitions.
In Illinois, the governor signs a law mandating paid leave for nearly all Illinois workers. The legislation requires employers to give their workers time off based on hours worked, and workers don't have to explain the reason for their absence as long as they give proper notice. Critics say yesterday's passing of the legislation will hurt small businesses. Governor J.B. Pritzker argues it will allow workers to better manage their home life in order to be more productive during the workday.
Too many people can't afford to miss even a day's pay. But then crises arise, sometimes seemingly small, sometimes catastrophic. And they live in fear of losing income vital to their family's survival.
Well, Illinois employees will earn 1 hour of paid leave for every 40 hours worked, with up to 40 hours for the year. Employees can start using the time once they have worked for 90 days. Certain workers are exempt, like seasonal workers and federal employees. The law goes into effect January 1st of 2024.
A bill that would prevent you from bringing a gun near many public places clears the Senate. Just ahead, we're going to hear from those for and those against it.
A Hogan-era crime bill also making its way through the House today. We'll tell you about it and who's backing it just ahead.
And check this out from Syracuse Airport here this morning. A massive winter storm just slamming the New England states right now. We're taking you live as residents brace for up to 30 inches of snow in some parts.
winter not done at all. And even here at home, we're getting a few flakes that are flying. Weather alert for the wind that is happening now and will continue throughout the day today. We'll break it all down on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
7 o'clock, and it is weather alert today. Some people this morning seeing snow, especially in Harford County right now. This is kind of hard to make out right this video from Falston, though. Our assistant news director took this video showing, there you go, some of the snowfall and some of the areas is really in Harford County getting some accumulation on the grasses and side streets there as you're starting to see a lot more snow falling. Thanks for joining us this Tuesday, March 14th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Patrice Sanders. We are on weather alert mode this morning as we're preparing for the effects of that nor'easter that's moving through. But what that's going to do for us here in Maryland and wind, that is the big takeaway for us today.
Up to 50 miles an hour winds here. Meteorologist Justin Chambers talking about, okay, first snow falling and now wind. Garrett County's 2 hours late because of the snowfall that happened on that side.
Exactly right, guys. I mean, you were already weather alert for the wind. And yeah, you're showing us some of those pictures, and there's a lot of great pictures already. Getting some light accumulation in certain spots here for this morning. In fact, when you look out from our Towson camera, these are actually some flakes that are flying around at this moment. So not only are we dealing with the wind, but we're also dealing with some snow flurries that are out there. And even, as I mentioned, some potentially hazardous driving conditions. Not only with that wind, you got to hang on to that steering wheel today. We're talking 20, 30, 40 mile an hour wind gusts, even close to 50 in some spots. Those wind advisories start in a couple of hours, but we're already seeing the wind. In fact, you can see this is the current wind gust map right now, 21 to 31 mile an hour gusts. That strong westerly wind continues to move through. This is the very southern tip of that large nor'easter. And these are the wind advisories. Again, they don't go into effect until 9 o'clock, but it is already windy out there, and it's already snowy. Look at this HD radar. Those areas of snow showers in Carroll County now moving in to northern Baltimore County, even up to parts of Harford County, seeing a few of those snow showers at this time. And this is kind of the larger picture with that light blue here. This is just that southern tip of the nor'easter that is impacting folks there to the north of us. So yeah, your morning drive, I'm going to go ahead and make sure that is yellow light there. Cautious this morning. Want to make sure to take it slow. As Mr. Bo says, take it slow with the roads on your commute next couple of hours. We'll hang on to the wind through the afternoon. We'll talk about how long this wind is going to stay with us for the rest of the week and if we have improving conditions ahead. All right, Tom, what do you got for us with the traffic?
Traffic-wise, really around the Baltimore region, we just have taking some camera shots here from our Lens Solar Traffic Network, and you can see some of the snow that's falling mainly in Harford and Baltimore County's northern regions, though. That's where we're seeing significant snowfall right now on 83, right before when you're coming out of, it's not in any of these shots, but when you're coming out of Pennsylvania and traveling down there. Now let's take a look. You're jumping on board with the Lens Solar mobile track here, and you're starting to see a little accumulations here, and you can see the snow falling there. This is Graham. I'm just about to ask with our viewers at this point right now exactly where he is. I see the sign. Can you read that one?
I think it's on 83. Okay. Is that 83 north?
Yeah,
that's 795. Okay, thank you. Yeah, 795.
Yeah, and it's worse in Harford County right now because Meadow Tree Road is a lot more snow falling there and accumulated on the side. So in Harford County, you're seeing a lot more than you are in, here you go, here's the shot from 83. That's just coming out of Pennsylvania in the Hereford zone there. And then if you travel more towards Bel Air, starting to get even more snowfall.
7:04 this morning, we begin with your Session 2023 coverage.
Maryland lawmakers are addressing possible solutions to the ongoing crime crisis throughout the state. Now today, lawmakers will hear the Violent Firearms Offender Act, a bill former Governor Larry Hogan pushed for years, but it never passed.
Plus, just last night, the state Senate approves a bill that restricts where legal wear and carry permit holders can have their weapons.
This morning, we have live team coverage on the future of both bills. Just a few minutes, Taylor Stewart will be joining us live with a look at the Violent Firearms Offender Act and what the future could hold for it this year.
But we begin with Shannon Lilly, and she's looking into the Gun Safety Act. She's got words from supporters and those opposing it. Shannon.
Yeah, and there are a lot of people at odds over this bill, Patrice. If it is passed, it would mean that lawful gun owners can't bring their weapons near many of these establishments that are near me right now. And in last night's Senate floor session, the Gun Safety Act did pass 31-16, meaning it is now heading to the House. So let's take a look at what this bill would actually do. The Gun Safety Act prevents legal gun owners from bringing their weapons within 100 feet of many public places. So we are talking about stadiums, we're talking about restaurants, we're talking about theaters and hospitals and more as well. Now, the bill was introduced in response to a Supreme Court decision that found New York's gun law requiring applicants to give a reason for carrying was unconstitutional. Well, the decision meant Maryland's good and substantial reason requirement fell too, which then made it easier for you to obtain a wear and carry permit here in our state. So supporters say the Gun Safety Act makes the state safer because it will get guns out of more public places. Critics argue it targets legal gun owners and takes away a method of self-defense. And they're also calling it unconstitutional. So let's take a listen to those different perspectives.
I believe it would be a violation of my oath to vote for a bill which I believe is unconstitutional.
We've had murders and shootings, we've had carjackings and other types of really violent offenses, many times involving firearms. But once again, this General Assembly is not rushing to deal with the people causing those problems. Once again, the General Assembly is looking to pass restrictions on somebody else.
So it's not an either or. We can both strengthen current gun laws in response to Bruin, as well as address those illegal weapons.
So once again, now that this bill has passed the Senate, it is now heading to the House. We're going to be following it very closely. Reporting live in Harbor East, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. We continue our live team coverage as Maryland's General Assembly is expected to address legislation today was pushed by the former governor.
That's right. The Violent Firearms Offender Act has stalled twice before, but this year could be different. Taylor Stewart is live with more on the committee that is hearing this bill and what will come from that. Taylor?
We'll just have to wait and see, because the last two times it went through the House, Patrice, it stalled and did not move any forward. This Governor Larry Hogan era bill now asks that more time and penalties be enforced when violent gun offenders even break the law the first time. Now, we do know that colleagues in Baltimore and Annapolis are pushing for this bill, including Republican Kathy Sliga. She is asking people to support this bill, which increases fines and gun times for offenders. And now Hogan says he thinks that this year might be different. Take a listen.
We now have a state's attorney in Baltimore City, Ivan Bates, who seems to want to focus on violent crime and who is supporting some of the positive measures.
Unfortunately, in Annapolis, we have a lot of politicians who are soft on crime and actually want to go the other way and say that anyone under 25 shouldn't be charged with a crime.
Now, the Republicans are going to have to get Democratic support to get this through today. That hearing is scheduled for 1 o'clock. We're live in Baltimore. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Well, you can make your voice heard. Just scan the QR code on your screen and contact your local state delegates and senators, and that will take you to our website where we have listed their phone numbers and their email addresses. 7:08, the first nor'easter of the season is hitting the New England coast right now.
Yeah, Megan Gillen is at our live center with the extreme conditions residents there are bracing for, much different than what we're seing here in Maryland.
Yes, it's just we're trying to look at it all over the area. This is the Syracuse, New York from the airport there. That's got to be the best shot right now, where you see just the runways covered in snow. We were monitoring New York City as well. We saw a few snowflakes falling there a little while ago. That seems to have calmed down there. It's in the northern part of New York that we're really seeing the snow falling. Take a look at this live shot. This is from Albany, New York here this morning. We know winter storm warnings in effect there until tomorrow morning. And guys, they could see anywhere from 9 to 18 inches of snow over the next 24 hours. Looking pretty ominous out there this morning. A live look at radar. Take a look at this. You can see the entire New England coast there now preparing for this nor'easter, with more than 20 million people under winter alerts right now. New York's governor already issuing a state of emergency.
This will be a dangerous storm. Please stay off the roads for your own safety.
stay in your homes. So let's make sure that we are home safe. That's the number one message.
Well, we want to take you live now to Plymouth, New Hampshire, where just in the last 10 minutes, we have really saw the snow starting to pick up there. They've got a light dusting on the ground, but they're bracing for heavy snow all day today, talking about low visibility, dangerous driving conditions. Let's go ahead and take you live now to Boston, Massachusetts, where, again, just in the last 30 minutes or so, we started seeing that rain that we saw earlier kind of switching over into that snow. That's a live look from that area here this morning. And just into our newsroom, check out this. Some new images showing a huge fleet of Rhode Island energy trucks. They are on standby right now as massive power outages are expected across the region. We're talking about heavy snow, guys, possibly 2 to 3 inches per hour in some parts of New England. Forecasters predicting anywhere from a foot to, ready for this, 30 inches of snow now possible in some parts. Now, all of that coupled with wind speeds up to 55 miles an hour. And that's what has us on weather alert here this morning. It's those strong winds we've been tracking here. Let's bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers. What are we going to see here, Justin?
Yeah, we've already seen the wind, Megan. Also seeing some of those snow flurries that are moving into parts of our area to get you going for this Tuesday, the final Tuesday in winter, I might add. But yeah, it is all of that wind. And Megan was talking about how we have that rain in Boston. That is going to change over to all snow as they get in later to the afternoon. As for us here at home, we've already seen those wind gusts of 20 to 30 miles an hour from Westminster over to Baltimore City into Stevensville. You got to watch out on both the Bay Bridge and the Key Bridge and any of those areas when you're driving here this morning, not only for the wind, but also for the snow. And you can see our HD radar. It's starting to pick up a little bit here, and it lets up over the last hour or so, mainly kind of right along that Carroll and Baltimore County lines. We got a few snow showers in parts of northern Harford County as well. Tom, do we have that picture up on the snow on the smart board?
Norrisville.
That's in Norrisville?
Yeah.
All right, take us. Yeah, there it is. This is in Norrisville, and you say this is over there in parts of Harford County, right?
Baltimore, Harford County line. Yep.
Baltimore. So this is what it looks like out there. Again, just a little light dusting with the temperatures that are definitely cold enough. And again, this is basically all of that snow that is coming in, and that system, the larger system to the north of us, is why we're seeing some of these flurries developing. Now, next couple of hours, our numbers are going to stay in the 40s. It's going to be a cold, raw day. Even though we'll get some sun later this afternoon, we're still going to see that wind and temperatures only in the 40s. Back with your full forecast. We'll take you through it all coming up in just a few.
Thank you, Justin. Here's a look at the stories making your headlines this hour. Education can be the turning point for people wanting a better future. That's according to Dr. Ben Carson. Topping our next half hour, Project Baltimore reports his personal experience from poverty to success.
Crime bills are top of mind for Maryland lawmakers this session, while addressing juvenile crime has taken on that top role. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 7:15 now. With just under a month left, the Maryland General Assembly is working on several bills that would have an impact on crime, particularly juvenile crime. One of the bills looks to head off conflict before it even begins. Another would boost the reward for people who come forward with information about crimes. For this week's State House Spotlight, Delegate Kathy Schlega and Senator Antonio Hayes join us with a look at where those bills stand. Good morning to the both of you.
Good morning.
All right, let's start with House Bill 110, and that would require high schools teach a course in conflict resolution. It gives them tools to avoid having situations escalate to violence. And some people say they're surprised that this isn't already done. Senator Hayes, let's start with you. Where does that bill stand, and is this a good idea?
Yeah, I know at the moment it's been heard in front of the House Ways and Means Committee. It has not advanced. I do think it's a great idea to try to instill in young people different tools to deal with conflict. As we've seen and throughout the state, young people have, found ways to deal with conflict through violence. And that's not what we prefer. We want them to have other tools in the tool belt to help deal with their conflict amongst each other.
Delegate Schlega, what about you? Does that sound like a good idea?
Yes, I think we should have been doing this. And I know there are many schools that are currently doing this through the guidance department. This is a problem clearly with students. We had a conflict at Catonsville High where two students came on the parking lot and one shot another, and it was over conflict. So clearly this is a high need area, and I'm glad to see this is introduced. I hope something moves forward. But even without a bill, I hope the school systems are really diving hard into this subject.
All right, agreement there from the both of you. Let's talk about another bill making its way through House Bill 1044. That would establish a statewide reward fund that would pay up to $50,000 for information leading to the arrest of a homicide suspect. Right now, when you call Metro Crime Stoppers, there is a $2,000 reward that was bolstered up, so you could possibly get up to $8,000. Does $50,000 make a difference, Delegate Schlega?
I think it does. And we need more witness protection, for folks that want to come forward, but they're truly, truly afraid of retaliation. They're afraid that they won't be protected by the police. So money would help possibly relocate them. But clearly we have a serious problem with crime, especially with homicides. We need to get to the bottom of it and find the bad guys doing this and put them in jail.
All right, Senator Hayes, let me give you the last word. Will this work?
Patrice, this might be one of the first times that me and Delegate Schlega has agreed completely. Police will tell you that there's two ways to solve crime. One is with evidence, one is with eyewitness account, right? And the most powerful being eyewitness account. Individuals who step up sometimes can put their life and their family in jeopardy. Having those extra resources to deal with it, we remember horrible cases that happened in Baltimore, like the Dawson family, who died due to, some folks in the community retaliating against them. I think if we, incentivize people to step forward, it provides an opportunity for our hard-working men and women in law enforcement to solve many of the crimes that's happening in our community. So I definitely think it's a step in the right direction.
All right. Well, we appreciate the both of you. Nice to see lawmakers working together. All right. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, 7:19 is your time right now. We continue our weather alert coverage. This is what it looks like in Towson right now. A lot of you are waking up to some flakes that are flying, even some light accumulations depending on where you live. And that is not why we're in weather alert mode. We're in weather alert mode for the wind. But a lot of this wind has brought in this colder air and has tapped in to some of that moisture from that large nor'easter in the New England states. So 35 your temp right now in Towson. Officially west wind about 17 to 25 miles an hour. Feels like the mid-20s. Winter is absolutely not done yet. Don't worry, though. We've got some warmer numbers later this week. But the weather alert day is really for that strong and gusty wind that continues to blow about 30 to 40 miles an hour. Could see some gusts near 45, 50 plus potentially by this afternoon. And we do have wind advisories that go into effect starting at 9 o'clock this morning through early tomorrow morning. Now, this is our HD radar showing you what's going on. When Tom and I were talking about this backstage a moment ago, and a lot of the radar picking up the snow. But what's happening is that wind is blowing a lot of that snow, which is why a lot of folks folks in Harford County are getting some accumulation, even though we didn't actually see that there on the radar. You're also seeing that there in parts of Queenstown, down through Chestertown, across the Bay Bridge into Stevensville, and over into parts of Towson, even Baltimore City, seeing a few of those flakes that are flying, just kind of a real light dusting. So not a huge winter storm when you look at this a little bit further, and we back out here on our HD radar. Again, just sort of the southern tip of this storm system that is bringing us a few of those flakes, making it for an exciting morning. Not a snow day. Sorry, kids. Here's a look at that HD radar. That is the rain that is pounding Boston right now. And then north of that, really already getting some huge snowfall amounts for parts of New York and into parts of Massachusetts, Vermont, New Hampshire as well with that nor'easter. Let's talk about the wind. About 16 to 20 and 30 mile an hour wind gusts already. We've seen these winds that have been blowing through most of the morning. So the wind advisory for all of us starts at 9 o'clock this morning and it's going to go through early tomorrow morning as well. Here's a look at our future scan in terms of our wind speeds, 20 to 30 to 40 miles an hour. Strongest winds expected later this afternoon, excuse me, especially from the west and the northwest. Heading toward tomorrow morning, still going to see some gusty conditions, and that wind stays with us on Wednesday as well, but not enough for a weather alert, and have not seen those wind advisories expanded past tomorrow morning. As for the kids getting out to the bus stop, beep, beep, make sure they are bundled up and ready to go with 30s this morning and only mid-40s for our highs this afternoon. And those temps will not feel like the 40s because wind chill numbers are going to stay into more of the 30s as we get into the afternoon. Lower 50s tomorrow, little less wind, and then Thursday and Friday, really nice conditions, low to mid 60s right as we head towards St. Patrick's Day for the weekend. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. And just in, while you were saying that, no school for kids in Garrett County. You have to go to the opposite side of the state, and they closed down schools because of the weather there. We have a little bit lighter snowfall on this side of the state, as Justin was just talking about. As you see some of the cameras that we have throughout the region here, the top right one is one in Harford County. The bottom one on the right-hand side, that's also a shot of 83 near it. But the big one is Meadow Tree, right at Maryland's 23. That's this shot right here. As you see active snowfall continue coming down, the biggest accumulation that we've been able to find here. And it's not really impacting the roadways, but mainly you see it on the ground.
A bill is being introduced to restructure the Baltimore Board of Estimates. Coming up in our next half hour, why Councilman Zeke Cohen is calling this major change necessary.
I'm with the Kangaroo Kids this morning. We'll be talking with them about precision jump roping. And again, I'm basic, they're fancy. That's coming up right here on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long. Let's go! Let's go!
It's So Baltimore. Here at Fox 45 News, we are getting ready for our annual Be More Healthy Expo.
And this morning, we're checking in with one of our performance groups taking over the main stage. And we've got Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark live in Ellicott City, and he's, well, jumping around a little bit. Good morning, Mark.
Looking good, Mark.
Yeah.
Hey, you know, jumping around a little bit. You know, I got Mason here. Now, Mason is not only a jumper, he's a coach. His mom's a coach also. So Mason, man, tell us about what you guys do. You guys not only jump, but it's also like dancing and jumping.
It is. So I've been a part of the team for about 12 years now. I've started when I was 6 years old, and we do all different kinds of jumping. As you can see, we do gymnastics in the jump ropes. We do dancing. We do everything you can think of. We do it forwards. We do it backwards. If you can think it, we've probably done it. So. We have a workshop coming up on April 22nd. You can come at any skill level right here in this building.
Awesome. And, you know, great job, Mason. And we're going to see these guys at the expo.
Yes.
Guys, again, so jump to it. Make sure you make plans to join us. We're having fun here this morning.
All right, yeah, there's some trust factors going on behind you right there, just whipping that rope around.
They're so good at what they do. I can't wait to see Mark back in action as well. All right, well, if you want more information about Kangaroo Kids and our expo, it's all on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Well, we are in weather alert mode today as we're anticipating winds hitting up to 50 miles per hour.
All morning long and then into the night, our Weather Authority team of meteorologists will keep you up to date on the latest developments.
And if you give a person in this country a good education, it doesn't matter where they came from.
Dr. Ben Carson says he is proof that education can change a person's path in life. After the break, he sits down with Project Baltimore to tell his story. 7:27, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
We are in weather alert this morning. Take a look at this video. This was sent in from DJ in Cockeysville, and you're seeing the snow come down, a light dusting on the grass there, but you can see it come down in front of those lights there. Moving through the area, just a short clip of time, we saw some of that. And some areas saw significantly more than what ended up on that grassy area there. Send us your pictures and videos of what you're seeing. You can scan the QR code on your screen. That will take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime in, where you can upload your pictures and your videos. It's all powered by Stackla. Thanks for joining us on this Tuesday morning. 7:31 is the time now. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we are seeing the snow, but that's not the reason why we're in weather alert this morning in parts of Maryland, because in Garrett County on the other side, they do get a snow day there, and they just canceled that for today because they have a significant amount of snow. But still, that's not why we are weather alert.
Ours is more wind related, a lot of wind. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here with that.
Yeah, the wind bringing in a lot of snow too, guys. And you know, it's interesting. We haven't even mentioned this, but today's Pie Day. It's 3.14, right? That's what pie is. Maybe eat some pie at home inside and stay out of that wind and that cold and that snow that's out there. Checking your weather alert forecast here. Strong and gusty wind, which we've already seen this morning. And we're going to see gusts near 45 and 50 miles an hour with wind advisories that start at 9 a.m. They'll go all the way through early tomorrow morning. Temps right now are in the 30s, so it feels cold out there. It looks cold, and you get the 20 and 30 mile an hour wind gusts feeling like we're in the 20s. Just got a great video from Robert in Upperco there in northern Baltimore County, where we are seeing the windy and snowy conditions. Definitely feeling like winter. You can see on our HD radar, not a lot being actually picked up there in terms of that snow. But yeah, you step outside for some of you, and at least a light dusting this morning. Wind stays with us this afternoon. Temps don't do much. Mid to upper 40s is about all we are going to see for the afternoon. Back with your full forecast with some improving numbers later this week. We'll talk about that in just a few.
Thank you, Justin. 7:32 now. In a city like Baltimore, many children are met with crime right outside of their front door. Poverty is what they know. And when it's been that way for generations, it can be difficult to see a future.
In 2022, Project Baltimore's Chris Papp sat down with Dr. Ben Carson, who says he is proof that where you begin is not always where you end up.
Growing up surrounded by violence, Dr. Ben Carson thought that he would be dead by the time he was 20. Instead, he became a world-renowned pediatric brain surgeon at Johns Hopkins in Baltimore. And now he's trying to prove that his success was not a fluke. Project Baltimore sat down with Dr. Ben Carson at his home in Northern Virginia, a home very different from the one he grew up in.
And I remember very vividly thinking that I would probably never live to be more than 20 years old, 25 at the most, because that's what I saw around me.
Carson's life began in poverty 70 years ago, surrounded by crime and violence in Detroit and later Boston.
Both of my older cousins were killed. It was an awful environment.
An environment his mother refused to allow him to accept.
She just would not allow us to be victims.
Carson's mother was not highly educated. She cleaned houses to support the family. But Carson says she taught him to love reading. And in books, he found an escape.
And I hated poverty. After I began to recognize that I could control my own economic circumstances by my achievement, I didn't mind being poor anymore, because I knew it was only temporary.
And he was right. Carson would go on to graduate from Yale University and become a world-renowned pediatric brain surgeon at Johns Hopkins. After a nearly 30-year medical career, he retired in 2013. 3 years later, he ran for president and later served 4 years as the Secretary of the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. He's written best-selling books. In 2008, Carson received the Presidential Medal of Freedom, the nation's highest civilian honor.
As you reflect on your life, your experiences, your successes, your failures, how do you frame that in your mind?
Well, I ask myself, how did all that happen? Was it a fluke? Or is it something that can be disseminated and make a useful situation for thousands, if not millions, of young people?
In some ways, Carson's childhood was a valuable lesson. It taught him insight into what life is like for many young people in Baltimore.
It makes you frightened and always weary where you go looking around, trying to figure out if something bad's going to happen to you.
Poverty and violence can be detrimental to a young life. Trauma can impact a child's ability to learn.
When you see people who are highly successful, in most cases, they have a family or they have someone outside of the family who took a special interest in them.
Carson began doing for others what his mother did for him. Offer the gift of reading. In 2000, Carson began opening reading rooms at schools and community centers around Baltimore, then the entire country, focusing on neighborhoods with high levels of poverty, where children have little, if any, access to books. The 250th Carson Reading Room just opened in Texas. Meanwhile, the Carson Scholars Program has awarded more than $6 million in college scholarships. And Carson's latest initiative, American Cornerstone, is a nonprofit focused on improving education for all Americans.
I have put so much emphasis on it for other young people because I know that's what changes the trajectory of a person's life.
Carson believes that because he says it happened to him, from where his life began to where he sits now.
And if you give a person in this country a good education, it doesn't matter where they came from. They can come from the ghetto. They can come from Appalachia. It doesn't matter where they come from. They can write their own ticket.
I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
It is a weather alert day as we are tracking intense wind and even some snow. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking how long all of this will stick around. 7:37, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
All right, welcome back. We're just about 20 minutes in front of 8 o'clock on our weather alert day. This nor'easter impacting us. Now, we're not getting the heavy snow that New York and Vermont and New Hampshire, Massachusetts are getting, but we are definitely getting that wind. And we are getting some snow that isn't even accumulating for parts of the area, at least a light dusting out there and even causing some issues on some of the roadways. Looking at our wind gusts right now, 21 to 31 miles an hour from Westminster and Baltimore, Bay Bridge, Annapolis, Stevensville. We've got wind warnings on the bridges, so just be aware of that as you head out. If you want to get out for a run or a jog, I only chuckle because it's in the mid to upper 30s, but it feels like the 20s. So definitely layer up, maybe get some exercise done indoors as temps really don't rise out of the 40s much at all this afternoon. We do have warmer numbers later this week. We'll talk about that, especially as we head toward St. Patrick's Day coming up in a few. All right, Tom, what's up?
Well, let's talk a little bit about the snow that you were just mentioning here in Maryland. You see, this is northbound, and you can see off on the horizon, that's Pennsylvania. They're getting a little bit more heavy snowfall than we are in the Baltimore County region in Hereford zone. And southbound traffic starting to pick up a little bit. It's 740 coming down as they're heading down 83. You can send us pictures, videos of what you're seeing right now. Just scan the QR code that you see right there on your screen. It will take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime in, where you can upload your pictures and videos. It's all powered by Stackla. Crisis in the classroom continues as the Maryland State Report Card is out. After the break, how Anne Arundel County schools are holding up.
Authorities in Texas are now urging people to avoid crossing into the border towns of Mexico. How the latest reported kidnapping of 4 Americans is connected to this warning. 7:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
The Maryland Department of Education's 2022 report card is out, and the 1 to 5 star ratings help show schools, school districts who are doing well, while others may need more attention. This is the first Maryland school report card, though, post-pandemic. And joining us this morning, Anne Arundel County Executive Stuart Pittman. Good morning, Executive.
Morning, Tom.
Now, how important is Anne Arundel County getting some great news coming out of this after waiting 3 years hiatus here, coming in and getting a lot more 5-star schools here? But how important are the outcomes and the number of stars that are attached to these schools?
Well, it's good news to have more five-star schools than we had before, and to have 95% of our schools at 3, 4, or 5 stars. So, but that doesn't mean that we're okay. We have some major challenges in our school system, and our superintendent, Dr. Vidal, has talked a lot about primarily the problem of retaining teachers and keeping them around so that that we have them in the future.
And that seems to be widespread, though. You look at Montgomery County and Anne Arundel counties, some of the higher school systems that we have in Maryland, according to all these schools. So you're looking at this. Do you sit down and actually get briefed by the school board yourself as executive to see what may be changing here, and what could, I guess, where the attention should be?
Yeah, well, very much so. They did a presentation to the school board just this week about their recruitment efforts that are going on, but it's budget season right now. And in every county, it's budget season. And they have come to us with a very large request for an increase in their budget, primarily to increase pay for teachers and school staff so that they can recruit and retain.
And the retention, though, is the big part. I mean, it's a lot cheaper to keep a teacher than it is to hire a new one and bring them in. So how much of a request is that? I mean, and that weighs on your shoulders now and your committee and your administration here to sit there and say, okay, well, we're going to give you a little bit more, but what's the pushback? Where else do you want to use those funds?
Well, there are a lot of demands on county resources always. We've got, public safety and health, and we have a real shortage of affordable housing in our county. And that's one of the reasons it's hard to retain these teachers, is we're an expensive county to live. And we don't have a lot of public transportation for folks to come in from other places. And we need housing for our workforce as well. But it's big. I mean, we have been increasing our funding for our school system since I came in office 4 years ago. Last year, it was $50 million over the previous year, and they're about half of the overall county budget. They've requested, over $80 million increase over the previous year. And we're looking hard at that. We've done budget town halls where residents have come in all of our council districts, all 7, and they have said that it is a top priority to pay teachers more so that we can recruit and retain them.
Well, Anne Arundel County Executive Stuart Pittman, thank you so much for a couple of minutes of your time.
Thank you, Tom.
Sure.
All right, 7:48. 7:48 is your time right now. This is some of the video that you are sending in, and this is from my buddy Robert up there in Upper Co. This is just a little while ago where the wind is definitely whipping around, and yes, a little light coating of snow on some of the grassy areas, and that's what we've seen through a large portion of our viewing area, where a lot of you are seeing some of that light snow that is accumulating. That's not why we're weather alert. We're weather alert for that wind that has been with us through early this morning and is going to only get stronger as we head into the afternoon. Now, what that means in terms of weather alert, well, could be knocking down some trees, could have some power outages, definitely loose objects blown around. So I would bring the flags in today, bring any of the patio furniture that's a little bit lighter, because otherwise it's down the street. And we know if it's garbage night tonight, yeah, we'll have to watch out for that as well. Here's our live cam in downtown Baltimore. Notice the cloud cover. The sun is trying to poke through a little bit. And believe it or not, later this afternoon, we will expect to see more of the sunshine hanging around, but the wind is why we're in weather alert. Some gusts near 45 and 50 miles an hour, and wind advisories that start at 9 o'clock that will go all the way through tomorrow morning. This is the HD radar right now, and notice a few of those little white spots here, down 83 through Baltimore City, even out toward the eastern shore, where you can see that green change over to white. So depending on what the radar's picking up, you're probably seeing at least a few of those flakes flying, which is all basically the southern tip of this large nor'easter that is bringing a ton of snow to parts of New England, and we're just kind of on the bottom edge of that, seeing those flurries fly around there. There's the low right there, really slamming Boston with heavy rain at this time, just north of Boston. That snow line changes over Worcester all the way over into Western Mass, where my sister and brother-in-law live. That's where they're seeing some of that snow at this time. So definitely are getting a taste of winter there. Now, with the wind that we have out there and the temps in the 30s, this is what it feels like, guys. And this is what you have to prepare for as you step outside. Low to mid 20s at this moment. That's the feels like temperature, and wind chill numbers are going to stay cold through most of the day today. Here's the wind advisory. All of us here in that beige area under that wind advisory starting at 9 a.m. all the way through early tomorrow morning. And again, those gusts could be near 40 and 50 miles an hour. The future scan by this afternoon, 2, 3 o'clock, a westerly and a strong northwesterly wind blowing through here. Wind stays with us tonight, so probably rattling your windows while you're trying to sleep. And even into tomorrow, midday, we'll still see that wind hanging around. But don't expect to see a weather alert day for tomorrow, as the winds eventually will start to diminish Wednesday night into Thursday morning. Overall, next couple of hours in your Rise and Shine cast, we're talking about numbers in the 30s. And again, you got to think about this. Our temperatures will be close to 40 by 10 a.m., but will not feel that way. Even though we top out in the mid 40s this afternoon, it will still feel like the upper 30s with that strong wind. Tomorrow, some improvement with our temperatures, not as much wind and not a weather alert day, right about 52 on Wednesday. And then we get some low and mid 60s heading into Thursday and Friday. So right as we approach St. Patrick's Day, those numbers warming up nicely, and the final weekend of winter is upon us. All right, Tom, you've been showing us all morning what's going on out there. What are you working on right now?
Yeah, a lot more accidents now starting to pop up here, especially south of Baltimore here. In fact, this is taking a live look right now. This is a shot right on 97. This is one of the 2 accidents that are happening on 97. This is northbound right at General's Highway here, and you can see they're actually cleaned this up a lot because there was vehicles on both sides of the highway that were slowing traffic down in both directions. So that's the good news. Then at the end of it, where we don't have a camera though, 50 right where 97 and 50 come in together, there's another vehicle there in the median, and it looks like they've got 2 lanes blocked off there. State trooper just getting behind a pickup truck in that shot. Now, looking at some of the other cameras, though, we've been showing you all morning long, that's the snowfall, mainly in Baltimore County, the Hereford zone, as you see on the left-hand side. The right-hand side, Harford County. Still seeing some snowfall, but it's starting to turn into a little bit more wet snowflakes is what we're being told. Jumping in the truck right now, the Len Stoller mobile track with Graham. He's in Cockeysville, traveling past, well, it looks like he just went past Oregon Grill. So he looks like he's over at Shawan Road, just passing the Oregon Grill there, and heading toward Hunt Valley. As you see, no more snowfall for many of you and a light dusting. But as he goes over to Harford County, you'll see the ground a lot more covered. Annapolis City Dock getting a major upgrade. How this is intended to improve businesses and then protect the area from future flooding.
A windy day in store today. Gusts up to 50 miles per hour. You're going to need to hold your coffee cup with 2 hands today.
It's time for a coffee break.
7:56 trending now. Major upgrades are coming to the Annapolis City Dock.
Now, federal lawmakers approving $3.5 million investment into the dock designed to protect the city from flooding, improve storm drains, and develop business hub in that area. Senator Chris Van Hollen says Annapolis is a thriving community and the ability to enjoy it shouldn't depend on the weather.
What we're trying to do is make sure that no matter what day you come down here to City Dock, you can have the full good experience. You can get a sense of the history. You can come to restaurants or places like this right here, and you can walk around in a nice place that's not filled with cars and a parking lot.
Well, to date, Congress has approved nearly $10 million for the project, as rising sea levels could put further strain on the city.
We are weather alert mode this morning throughout the East Coast, too.
Still to come, the strong winds to look out for us and how long those winds are expected to last. 7:57 is the time.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
We are on weather alert this morning as an intense weather maker is moving across Maryland and really the entire Northeast region.
So what we can expect is winds from 20 to 30 miles per hour with gusts as high as 50 miles per hour.
Which makes crossing those bridges a little more challenging today.
Yeah.
So make sure you use some caution. Be careful there. Good morning on this Tuesday, March 14th. As you're still seeing snow out there, I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here. My kids going crazy that there was a dusting of snow.
They were like, can we stay home? And you're like, no.
No, they want to go.
I have this sad little yard flag that is my little St. Patrick's flag, and it's still standing.
Okay.
I looked at my little
For
camera.
now.
Yeah, for now, exactly right.
God. You have to put the little clips on it.
I have the clip.
Really?
It's the stand that is weak. I have got a weak hinge. I need a new stand. All right. Hey, look at that. We got some sun that's popping through from our Towson camera right now. And yes, we did get a light dusting of snow. The wind is only going to get stronger as we go through the rest of the day today. That is why we're in weather alert mode, west to 20 to 30. We've already seen those numbers, gusting to 45, possibly 50 miles an hour, as we were talking about there, and wind advisories that start next hour all the way through tomorrow morning. Now, these are your right now wind gusts, about 22 to 28 miles an hour, Westminster, Baltimore, Stevensville 31, Annapolis 25. So that's why it is tough to go over the bridges right now. They have wind warnings for most of the bridges in the region around the area. Here's a look at our HD radar. Just a couple of light snow flurries that are being picked up now, but some of you waking up to a light dusting. 18 your temperature in Oakland. It is cold in western Maryland, where schools are closed in Garrett County. 29 in Cumberland. Meanwhile, mid-30s here for Westminster, Bel Air, and Baltimore, but it doesn't feel like that. So even though our numbers will climb back to the 40s later here in the next couple of hours, it will feel like the 30s for most of the day with all of that wind that we're dealing with on your weather alert day. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
8:02 now. In your Session 2023 coverage, solutions to the ongoing crime crisis across our state is top of mind for lawmakers this year.
Happening today, lawmakers will hear the Violent Firearms Offender Act. It's a bill that former Governor Larry Hogan pushed for years, but it never passed.
Plus, just last night, the state Senate approved a bill that restricts where legal wear and carry permit holders can bring their weapons. We have live team coverage this morning.
In just a few minutes, Taylor Stewart will join us live with a look at the Violent Firearms Offender Act and what the future could hold if this legislation sees it.
But we begin with Shannon Lilly. She is live looking into the Gun Safety Act, and she's got both sides, supporters and those opposing it. Shannon.
Yeah, lots of people at odds over this bill, Patrice. If it's passed, that would mean that legal gun owners could not bring their weapons to many of these establishments that are here beside me right now. And in last night's Senate floor session, the Gun Safety Act did pass 31-16, meaning it is now heading to the House. So let's take a look at what this bill would do. The Gun Safety Act prevents legal gun owners from bringing their weapons within 100 feet of many public places. So by public places, we're talking about stadiums, we're talking about theaters, restaurants, hospitals, and many more. Now, the bill was introduced in response to a Supreme Court decision that found New York's gun law requiring applicants to give a reason for carrying was unconstitutional. Well, the decision meant Maryland's good and substantial reason requirement fell as well, which then made it easier for you to obtain a wear and carry permit right here in our state. So supporters say the Gun Safety Act makes the state safer because it'll get guns out of more public places. Critics, though, argue it targets legal gun owners and takes away a method of self-defense, and they're also calling it unconstitutional. So let's take a listen to those different perspectives.
I believe it would be a violation of my oath to vote for a bill which I believe is unconstitutional.
We've had murders and shootings, we've had carjackings and other types of really violent offenses, many times involving firearms. But once again, this General Assembly is not rushing to deal with the people causing those problems. Once again, the General Assembly is looking to pass restrictions on somebody else.
So it's not an either or. We can both strengthen current gun laws in response to Bruin, as well as address those illegal weapons.
And once again, since this bill has now passed the Senate, it now heads to the House, and we are going to be closely following this. Reporting live in Harbor East, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Shannon, thank you. In our 7 o'clock hour, we spoke with Republican Delegate Kathy Schlega and Democrat State Senator Antonio Hayes about House Bill 1110, which aims to teach conflict resolution in high schools. Lawmakers on both sides of the aisle seem to agree on the importance of this legislation in terms of keeping students safe.
I do think it's a great idea to try to instill in young people different tools to deal with conflict. As we've seen and throughout the state, young people have found ways to deal with conflict through violence, and that's not what we prefer. We want them to have other tools in the tool belt to help deal with their conflict amongst each other.
This is a problem clearly with students. We had a conflict at Catonsville High where 2 students came on the parking lot and one shot another, and it was over conflict. So clearly this is a high need area, and I'm glad to see this is introduced. I hope something moves forward.
Well, you can see that full interview on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Today, the Maryland General Assembly is expected to take up legislation pushed by former Governor Larry Hogan. The Violent Firearms Offender Act has stalled twice before, but this year could be different. Taylor Stewart is live with more on the committee hearing that would increase fines and jail time for gun offenders, notably repeat offenders. Taylor.
That's right. This has been pushed before, but today it's making a third try to get through the Senate. Last time it stalled in the House twice. Now, Republican Kathy Slaga, she's from Baltimore County. She's reintroducing this bill as the ongoing gun crisis continues here in the city and in the county, frankly. Now, she and her colleagues in Annapolis are trying to get this bill through, which would increase fines and jail time for gun offenders, notably, as Patrice said, repeat offenders. Here's why Hogan is telling us that this year could be different.
We now have a state's attorney in Baltimore City, Ivan Bates, who seems to want to focus on violent crime and who is supporting some of the positive measures.
Unfortunately, in Annapolis, we have a lot of politicians who are soft on crime and actually want to go the other way and say that anyone under 25 shouldn't be charged with a crime.
Now, Slaga will have to get her Democratic colleagues on board with this legislation in the legislature as they're controlling it now. But we'll see if this makes its way through on the third try here. And we'll keep our eyes on it and keep you updated. We're live in Baltimore. I'm Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Taylor, thank you. It's 8:07 and from our live center now, the first nor'easter of the season. It's hitting the New England coast right now. Taking a live look here. This is New Hampshire, where that winter storm warning is in effect for all of the state. You can see the snow just coming down hard. This has been the scene out there for about an hour now. They're expecting anywhere between 8 to 18 inches of snow over the next 24 hours. Let's go ahead and take a live look at our radar here, showing the entire New England coast now preparing for this nor'easter with more than 20 million people under winter alerts right now. New York's governor already issuing a state of emergency.
This will be a dangerous storm. Please stay off the roads for your own safety. Stay in your homes. So let's make sure that we are home safe. That's the #1 message.
Well, just into our newsroom, check out these new images showing a huge fleet of Rhode Island Energy trucks. They're on standby right now as massive power outages are expected across the region. We're talking about heavy snow, possibly 2 to 3 inches per hour in some parts of New England. Forecasters predicting anywhere from a foot to 30 inches of snow possible in some parts. Hard to imagine. All of that coupled with wind speeds of up to 55 miles an hour. And that is what has us on weather alert here this morning, those strong winds. That's the latest from our live center.
Just days after a city council committee rejected the mayor's pick for city administrator in a fiery hearing, she is now approved unanimously. What's behind the sudden change? Of course. And does the mayor have too much control over the Board of Estimates? Why one city councilman says yes, and the legislation he's introducing that would restructure the group's makeup.
All right, so whoever called for snow and wanted a whole bunch of blowing snow around Towson, well, you're in luck. This is what it looks like. But we're talking about the wind for our weather alert day this afternoon and more sunshine on the way as well. We'll break it all down for you coming up. Winter is not done, my friends. 8:12 is your time right now on our weather alert day. I want to show you a couple of our cameras here. As I mentioned when we went to break, this is the Towson camera where we have some flakes that are kind of flying around with that wind at this time. Then you look at this camera from our Inner Harbor Sky Cam, and it looks great. We got the sun that is out and overall the wind that continues to be with us. That's why we're in weather alert mode. Look at these wind chill numbers in the 20s. So we are staying below freezing this morning and going to stay very cold, or at least cold feeling through the afternoon. That wind advisory starts officially at 9 o'clock, but we've already seen these wind gusts here this morning. Could still get to that 40 and 50 mile an hour range this afternoon. That could cause some issues. We'll talk more about that coming up in my full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, Justin, thank you. Economic turmoil as Silicon Valley Bank files for bankruptcy. What the Biden administration is saying to try to ease fears following America's second largest bank collapse.
The Texas Department of Safety is issuing new warnings following the kidnapping of 4 Americans in Mexico. What they're instructing travelers to be aware of heading into spring break. 8:13, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
We're very concerned at the state level, and that's why, because of the increased violence and the fact that the Mexican drug cartels represent a significant threat to anyone who crosses into Mexico, and just the sheer, volatile nature of these criminal organizations and the increased violence. That's why we strongly urge anyone to avoid crossing into Mexico, especially at this time.
Authorities in Texas now urging people to avoid crossing into the border towns of Mexico and advocating that drug cartels should be labeled terrorist organizations. The warning comes after the kidnapping of 4 Americans last week, leaving 2 of them dead, and reports that 3 more are missing after crossing the border from Texas. The Texas Department of Public Safety also warning tourists that there have been a cartel presence in some of Mexico's most popular resort areas. This, as many people are planning to travel for spring break in the coming weeks. Joining us live this morning to weigh in on the travel warnings, we have law enforcement expert and former chief of police in Martinsburg, West Virginia, Mari Richards, joining us. Good morning, Mari.
Good morning, Megan.
How dangerous is this for tourists? Let's begin there.
It's extremely dangerous. The risk and level of violence, cartel violence, is off the charts. The Texas Department of Public Safety is absolutely correct. People should not visit Mexico.
You heard the Texas Department of Public Safety there saying that they should be labeled terrorist organizations. Do you agree with that, and what would that mean?
Well, I totally agree. I mean, they're international organizations now, not just drug organizations. They're involved in all kinds of crime, human trafficking. So I think that's important, so, we can go after them. But I tell you, Megan, the biggest problem we have is we have an open border, and under the Biden administration, about 5 million illegals have come into our country, and all that smuggling, human and drug, is being run by the cartels. So they've been empowered. Our border needs to be shut down.
Mari, let me ask you this. First of all, does the U.S. need to get involved in this? And does that go beyond border security? Do you get involved with the cartels in trying to police that? What are your thoughts?
Well, at some point, yes, but you have to have cooperation with Mexico, and that's a huge problem. The cartels are so powerful, and Mexico is so corrupt that they run that country top to bottom. So the easiest thing and the first thing we must do is secure our border and then take it from there.
All right. Mari, thanks for weighing in. We appreciate your time, especially as spring break is getting closer here.
Yeah, I would say to people planning on going to Mexico, change those plans and go to Florida.
All right. Thank you.
All right.
8:19, going to Florida sounds pretty good right about now. We're on weather alert this morning. We're taking a live look over the Bay Bridge where wind warnings are in effect. We are continuing to track strong winds, and we'll do that throughout the day.
We want to check in right now with meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got a look at the full forecast, and we're talking about winds, Justin, that could have serious impacts for folks today.
Yeah, exactly right, Meg and Patrice. Good morning to both of you. You got to think about like high-profile vehicles. You got RVs maybe heading out on spring break early this week, or even just those big trucks that are around 695 on the bridges where those wind warnings are. That's what you have to think about in being outside, and also possibly trees being knocked over could be affecting power outages, knocking over power lines, and definitely your trash cans rolling down the street here if it is trash night, in fact, tonight, or even if it was last night and you have them out there this morning. Now, you see the sun that is out from our downtown Baltimore camera, still picking up a few flakes that are kind of flying around. Our temperatures, right now in the low to mid 30s, westerly wind about 16 to 20 miles an hour. It feels a lot colder than that. And the weather alert day, not for those flakes and snow showers that we saw earlier this morning, but for that wind that stays with us through the afternoon as those wind advisories will kick in the 9 o'clock hour. So here's our HD radar in terms of the flakes and the flurries. Yeah, just a little bit out toward Easton and parts of the eastern shore. A couple of flurries around Baltimore City right now. This is all the southern tip, basically, of that low pressure system, which is that large nor'easter, and it's bringing a ton of rain to Boston and to Martha's Vineyard and Cape Cod. And then just to the west of that, we're seeing a lot more in the way of snow. And they've already picked up a pretty decent amount of snow. Some areas already picking up 24 inches just in the last, I'd say, 12 or 15 hours. So a lot of those heavier snowfalls will continue, and those snow totals will rise. Now, for us, we're not talking about the snow, but the wind. 28 to 31 mile an hour wind gusts from Baltimore City down through Stevensville, 25 mile an hour wind gusts there in Annapolis. That's why the Bay Bridge and the Key Bridge, for that matter, dealing with those wind warnings. Wind advisory starts here in a little while and will go all the way through tomorrow morning. Could see those gusts near 50 miles an hour through the afternoon. And let me show you our future scan. This is what we're talking about when that wind is going to be picking up from the west and northwest through the afternoon and even into the evening time tonight. Overnight, wind dies down a little bit, but not much. We're going to keep a lot of the wind with us through tomorrow afternoon. Should not be in the advisory category, and we will not be weather alert for tomorrow, but it's still going to be a windy Wednesday. 35 here this hour on your day planner, and as we take you through noon, not much improvement. Lower 40s here by noontime, into the mid 40s for the afternoon, but it will feel like we're in the 30s with the fact that we'll have that wind staying with us through the later part of the day. And you can see those high temperatures below average. Typically mid 50s is where we are. We're almost in mid-March, so low to mid-40s is about all we are going to see today. We get some improvement later this week. We're back to the 50s tomorrow, and check out some 60s coming in by Thursday and Friday. So those are going to be well above average right as we head into our final weekend of winter. Here's our future scan with that area of low pressure tracking to the north and to the east. By tomorrow, all of that is going to be moving out of here, so a lot more better conditions and a lot more of the improving conditions for folks up and down the East Coast. Don't have to deal with all those flight delays either in those big airports to the north of us. 7-day forecast, 50s, 60s on the way. And then even as we head towards Saturday, some showers left over, a little bit cooler. And when we wrap up the weekend with temps, that'll be back to the upper 40s.
All right, Justin, thank you. What's a math teacher's favorite dessert? Pie, but not apple or pumpkin. We're going to tell you what we mean ahead in our next half hour on this March 14th. There's a little clue for you. It's 8:23. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
$8:25. It's So Baltimore. Get moving, have fun, and be healthy.
The Kangaroo Kids are taking the main stage at our Be More Healthy Expo next Saturday. They are amazing. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark jumping in on the fun here this morning. Also pretty amazing, Mark. You've done well this morning.
Hey, I tried. Look, I'm no Patrice Smith. Her name still rings bells in the jumping circles. They said she came with a rope and shorts and a T-shirt last time, so I can't outdo you, Patrice. Megan, you know, she's got a legend, but also Sam here is a legend, one of our senior jumpers.
Yep.
So Sam, tell us, he does all the tricks, guys. He can do the break dancing and the jumping inside a rope and all that kind of stuff. What do you enjoy the most of being a jumper?
I think it's the community aspect of, getting together with friends and just learning some cool tricks. I've been doing this for about 11 years. So if I've gotten bored of it, I definitely would have quit by now, but I've stuck with it. So yeah, it's definitely just learning new tricks and, getting better with practice is my favorite part.
And so Sam, when you see the, I'm seeing, I think it's called the wheel.
Yeah.
The wheel, and you see the double Dutch. What's the most challenging, in your opinion, with these different kind of amazing jumps?
Well, there's different aspects to each trick, but it's definitely, for all of them, the hardest thing is coordinating with the other people to actually make it happen, because the jumper needs to be in sync with the turners, and it all works sort of like a machine.
I love it, man.
Yeah.
And again, you like, what do you like the most? I heard you're a fast jumper too. You do the speed thing too.
Yeah, I definitely like freestyle. I mean, I started at age 9. We have classes Tuesday, Wednesday, starting from age 6, and so I started at age 9. But you know, you can start early as 6, so it's definitely the.
So the good news, guys, is the Kangaroo Kids are going to be performing at our expo coming up, and also the good news is they taught me a new one, guys. They taught me the crossover here. Oh well.
You were going fast though, Mark. Listen, I think Mountain did it, but you've got me beat, Mark. You're looking good out there.
Thanks, guys.
We're going to put information on our website too, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Well, our weather alert day continues as we are tracking an intense weather maker impacting Maryland and the entire Northeast. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know when it won't be as windy. That's all ahead in his full Weather Authority forecast.
There's a new push to restructure the Board of Estimates. Just ahead why one councilman says the mayor right now has too much power. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
You see it right there. We are on weather alert here this morning as an intense weather maker is really moving across Maryland and the entire Northeast region.
Taking a look at these cameras, it doesn't look too bad, but winds, you expect them up to 40 to 50 miles an hour, gusting there later on this afternoon. And that's really been moved up because here in just about a half hour is when we have that weather alert advisory.
Here we go. Thanks for waking up with us. It's Tuesday, March 14th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers. Want to get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got the update on that wind warning or advisory. What is it?
Yeah, so good question, Tom. Wind advisory is what we're talking about. That starts officially at 9 o'clock, even though it's been windy since basically about 2 o'clock this morning when we all got here, and that wind's been blowing around through most of the morning with those 20 and 30 mile an hour sustained winds and gusts that have already been near 40 miles an hour. Could see some 40 and 50 mile an hour gusts later today, which is why that wind advisory will be in effect from 9 a.m. through early tomorrow morning. So it's all part of the next weather maker. It's that large nor'easter you can see right there that is bringing a ton of snow to parts of Massachusetts, New York, Vermont, New Hampshire, even up toward Maine. And we are getting a lot of that wind here. Some of us saw some flakes that were flying and even some light coatings of some snow in areas this morning. But 28 to 31 mile an hour wind gusts is what we're seeing right this moment. So as you head out and about, numbers will slowly rise into the 40s, but unfortunately it won't feel that way with that wind. We're going to have those wind chill numbers feeling like the 30s throughout most of the day. Definitely kind of a raw afternoon. We do get some sunshine, so that is at least some silver lining there. And warmer numbers later this week, which we'll talk about in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. It is 8:33, and we want to turn now to a city in crisis. Councilman Zeke Cohen is introducing a bill to restructure the Baltimore Board of Estimates, saying Mayor Brandon Scott has too much control over major deals in the city.
Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning with why he says this is so necessary. Shannon.
Well, as you guys said, Tom, he believes that this is crucial because he thinks the mayor has too much control over how the city is spending its money, and that is something that Cohen wants to see change. In fact, you'll remember that controversial conduit deal from last month that the mayor approved last month. Well, that is just an example, he says, of how the mayor does have too much control over this. In fact, remember, the agreement was pushed through by the mayor and two of his appointees, even though Comptroller Bill Henry and Council President Nick Mosby sat out and boycotted the meeting to try to prevent that vote. So Councilman Zeke Cohen says what this comes down to is the mayor essentially having universal control over which major deals get approved in this city.
Too often we've seen instances of corruption where a mayor has gone down on a scandal that was related to the Board of Estimates. And that's because the mayor controls 3 out of the 5 votes on the BOE.
And Councilman Cohen says few other cities give the mayor such strong control over their spending boards. So with this bill he's introducing, he's calling for the city to establish a 6-person task force which would examine the structure of the Board of Estimates. Now, Cohen says he has yet to decide whether the city should expand the board, shrink it, or even abolish it altogether. So that is something that we'll have to see play out. But we do know, and we should mention, that Councilman Cohen is also considering a run for the city council president seat as well himself. Reporting live in Harbor East, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. 8:35 now, and elsewhere in a city in crisis, the Baltimore City Council Committee unanimously approving Faith Leach as Mayor Brandon Scott's pick for city administrator. It comes after a fiery exchange last week when that same committee rejected Leach. Taylor Stewart is joining us live this morning with what sparked the sudden change. Taylor.
Yeah, Tom, and what a turnaround that was from Thursday to Monday. Now, Ms. Leach is confirmed as the second city administrator here in the city of Baltimore, and her colleagues say she's a dedicated servant. They applauded her work yesterday at that hearing. But we're learning that this could have been some behind-the-scenes conversations that got this through. We spoke to a political analyst who says this could be a referendum on the mayor because that 4-2 split. Take a listen.
This was about concerns with the administration, how the office has been structured, and I'm confident after the conversations that we've had over the weekend with the mayor directly, myself, with you and others, that we can hopefully work through those concerns.
They were mad at the mayor. They wanted to send him a message, and they sent it. It was the 2x4 to the back of his head.
Political analyst John Dede says there appears to be a disconnect between council and the mayor's office, particularly when it comes to transparency. It's too early to determine if any long-term fallout will come from this rift, but as we said, Ms. Leach here, officially the city administrator in Baltimore. We're live in Baltimore. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Taylor. We want to know what you think about this. If elections were held today, would you vote to re-elect Mayor Brandon Scott? Well, so far, 96% of those who have weighed in say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in right now.
State leaders at odds as they continue to try and tackle the crime crisis. We're going to look into the next bill on the table and dig into the history of legislation targeting violent offenders.
Our weather alert day continues as we are tracking the intense weather maker impacting Maryland and the entire Northeast, the nor'easter there, but it's the winds here. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know when it won't be as windy in his full weather authority forecast.
Welcome back, everybody. 8:40 is your time, just 20 minutes in front of 9 o'clock. Our weather alert day does continue, not getting that heavy snow that folks in the Northeast are getting from that nor'easter, but we're definitely getting that wind that's been with us for most of the morning. It's going to continue into the afternoon, and that brings our wind chill numbers into the 20s right now. They are going to stay near or just slightly above freezing for the afternoon. So, again, make sure to bundle up if you're going to be heading out. If you want to do some exercise outside, got to get those layers on. Temps staying in the 30s next couple of hours. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking at 8:40 here and from our live center, the Federal Reserve now placing Silicon Valley Bank under the microscope, the largest bank to fail since the 2008 financial crisis. You're taking a live look from New York City here this morning, where Wall Street's confidence in banks still uneasy at the close of yesterday following the collapse of Silicon Valley and also Signature Banks. Take a look here. Regional bank shares dropping. We've got First Republic here falling more than 60%. Western Alliance Bancorp stock falling 47%. And then we've got PacWest Bancorp falling more than 20%. Live now to the White House, where the Biden administration is trying to ease fears, saying the nation's banking system remains secure. Again, now getting word the Federal Reserve is going to be taking a closer look at Silicon Valley Bank and how it's spiraled. The Fed's vice chair for supervision is leading this probe, which we're told is going to focus on how regulators, including some feds, missed the financial storm. That review is scheduled to be publicly released May 1st. In the meantime, lawmakers are calling for action now.
For us in Congress, we need to revisit some of the regulation that was loosened on these regional mid-sized banks not so long ago. I certainly opposed that loosening at the time.
Well, President Biden says that taxpayers will not be on the hook for the help that Silicon Valley Bank gets, adding that those responsible for the collapse will be held accountable. That's the latest from our live center.
Well, recall alert this morning for dog owners, why a popular brand is being pulled off the shelves and the risk it could pose for your pets. St. Patrick's Day, it's coming up this weekend, Friday, and up next, how the Maryland State Police, they're making sure that you and your loved ones can celebrate safely. Time now? Well, I'm not sure what time it is. Actually, it's 8:42. All right, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. (8:44) and this Friday, many people will be celebrating the luck of the Irish with St. Patrick's Day events. And according to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, the holiday, one of the most dangerous days of the year here in the U.S. And Maryland State Police are urging drivers to be safe and avoid driving impaired. In fact, joining us now, Lieutenant David Ryan. Thank you so much for coming in, Lieutenant.
Yes, sir.
This is, as you just heard right there, it is one of the most dangerous holidays of the year. And it's because Americans have said, okay, well, we're going to celebrate, which used to be a religious holiday in Ireland. Now we're going to say it's all about drinking green beer. And it's a party, which is fine. However, you really have to plan ahead.
Absolutely. That's one of the biggest messages out there is planning ahead. 3 o'clock in the morning is not the time where you try and figure out now's the time to get a ride. Right. So with the options that are out there, there really is no excuse for drunk driving, especially with ride share, Lyft, Uber, taxi cabs, or designated drivers. There's many options out there for everybody to get home safe.
Do you ever recommend using one of those services, or are there any services that the Maryland State Police will recommend going with, or just say anyone?
We don't specifically endorse any one company, but if those options out there are much better than getting behind the wheel of a car if you've had too many or haven't had any drinks at all.
How busy is it? How much planning goes into this for the Maryland State Police to get ahead of this?
Well, we start planning early. Right now, all 23 barracks have an initiative established starting on Wednesday, ending on Sunday. So across the entire state of Maryland, we'll be partnering with our allied agencies for high visibility DUI saturation patrols focusing on impaired driving.
Right. So warning everyone right now, hey, it's just Tuesday, and by Friday, let you know we'll be saturating the area and be out there.
Right. This is the educational aspect for law enforcement. We want you to know we're going to be out there keeping everyone safe, and we're going to be out there aggressively enforcing our DUI enforcement laws.
Lieutenant Ryan, though, I know that if you do get pulled over, troopers have a set way that they'll approach the vehicle and speak to somebody. It's set for a reason.
Sure. When you are pulled over, if you're unfortunate or fortunate enough to however it works out for you, if a law enforcement officer approaches your vehicle, sometimes we go from one side to the other, and that may have something to do with the highway. But if you turn your interior lights on and speak with us cordially, we'll give the same in turn, and hopefully it's a quick experience for you and get you on your way and correct your driving behavior, and everyone gets home safe.
And not all stops end with a citation.
No, the trooper or a law enforcement officer has discretion to issue a warning or a citation or repair order for your vehicle.
How bad, when I started this segment, I said it's one of the worst. How bad is St. Patrick's Day when it comes to your aspect and troopers' aspect?
Typically, when these holidays, like a St. Patrick's Day is on a Friday, more people than not will start celebrating early. So the roadways get congested, and if for everyone out there, if you see something that you think's an impaired driver, please dial 911. Let us know immediately so that we can intercept and investigate.
Maryland State Police Lieutenant Ryan, thank you so much for coming in.
Thanks for having me, sir.
David Ryan here with us.
Appreciate it.
Well, we are on a weather alert mode here this morning. We've got a live look over the beach in Ocean City here as we continue to track the strong winds here in our region. Of course, those bridges, a big concern for folks traveling this morning. Meteorologist Justin Chambers with what we can expect here.
Well, more like the Bay Bridge heading to the beach is what we were showing you right there. Maybe you'd love to be at the beach. Even today, it's going to be windy throughout the entire state of Maryland tomorrow, as well as that large nor'easter impacting most of the East Coast, whether it be with snow, with rain, or wind. And we're in weather alert because of the wind. Our Towson camera right now, we do have some of the sun that's popping up out there. Earlier this morning, those flakes were flying, and some of you actually have some light accumulation on your yards. Been seeing some great pictures on our Chime In pictures on our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in. 35 your current temp in Towson. Westerly wind about 16 to 20 miles an hour. That wind chill at about 25 degrees. So that's what it feels like. Those gusts are going to be near 45 and 50 through the afternoon with wind advisories all the way through tomorrow morning. Here's a look at the HD radar. And yeah, a couple hours ago, we saw some of those flurries that were flying. Most of those have moved on. We're the very southern edge of that large nor'easter that is bringing a ton of snow to parts of New York and Massachusetts, up into Vermont, New Hampshire as well. Some of that wrapping back around to New York City, not necessarily in Philly too much, but again, we did see a few of those flakes for us right here at home. And this is the wind that we're talking about. Those wind gusts have picked up. Look at that 34-mile-an-hour wind gust there in Stevensville. On the other side of the Bay Bridge for the Eastern Shore, 20 to 28-mile-an-hour wind gusts in Cockeysville and Baltimore right now. So here's the wind advisory. This goes through early tomorrow morning. More than likely, we'll be allowed to expire. We're still going to get some wind on Wednesday as well. Let me show you that on our future scan. This is later this afternoon. Look at all the reds there and the oranges. That's that intense and very strong wind we'll be dealing with here through the later part of the day and into tonight as well. Now, overnight into tomorrow, our winds were still going to be in that 20 to 30 mile an hour range, but not as windy by tomorrow afternoon. So starting to diminish as we get later into Wednesday night and Thursday. Golfers, I don't even know what to say. I mean, maybe a 4-club wind or maybe just a no-club wind, because today not the day to be out there trying to battle the wind and those cold temperatures too as well. So if you had a heated bay maybe and you want to hit some irons off of the driving range, then you can do that. Upper 30s and low to mid 40s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs this afternoon. Numbers up and down the eastern seaboard, 30s and 40s. So kind of a cold, raw, winter-like day. This is our last Tuesday in winter because spring arrives next Monday. And temperatures are going to rise later this week. We're talking low to mid 60s into Thursday and Friday, looking real nice as we head into St. Patrick's Day. So our future scan showing us we're pretty much done with that precipitation for today. The wind stays with us for tomorrow as that low moves off toward the east. Finally, by Thursday, we get more of a southerly flow, and that's going to help to increase our temperatures by Thursday afternoon. And getting into Friday, we may pick up a few stray showers, especially late Friday afternoon into Friday evening. But overall, the warmer temperatures are what we're going to be talking about as we head toward the weekend. Here's your 7-day forecast. Weather alert day today, lower 50s tomorrow with those 60s returning on Thursday and Friday. And even Saturday, our numbers come down a little bit, but still staying in the mid-50s. We'll cool off Sunday, the final full day of winter, before those numbers start going back up next week. Time to take a look at a view through your window. Tara sent us this picture of a beautiful sunrise. You can see the water right there, the docks. Man, love to be a lot warmer and sitting near the water today. But thank you, Tara, for that shot. And we'd love to see the view through your window. Go to foxbaltimore.com/chime in or take a picture of that QR code right there on your screen.
All right, Justin, thank you. Trending now. Today is the 14th day of the third month of the year, which comes out to 3, 1, and 4.
Yeah, these numbers are crucial because they make March 14th today National Pie Day.
Not pie as in apple pie, pizza pie, but pie as in the mathematical constant 3.14, represented by the Greek letter pi.
It's also a very good book, but according to nationaldaycalendar.com, first major observance of Pi Day was 1988 in San Francisco Exploratorium.
Interesting. Well, Taylor Swift, meantime, kicking off the Eras Tour this weekend with shows at Glendale State Farm Stadium on Friday and Saturday.
And she likes cherry pie.
Yeah,
so see how it's tied in there? No, I don't know. Well, the residents, though, in Glendale seem a little excited that Swift is coming.
In fact, Glendale, Arizona is renaming itself to Swift City to celebrate the start of the tour.
Other name options included Swiftdale, Taylordale, the city of Taylor Swift, and Swift City ultimately won out. Glendale will be called Swift City only for the weekend, though.
Wow. Well, a crowd favorite will make a huge comeback this fall. Why? You will soon see Lunchables in school cafeterias across the country.
A weather alert day continues this morning. It doesn't look like it when you look outside, but we are tracking heavy winds and some snow flurries across the region. Stay right here with Fox 45 Morning News for all the updates and traffic and road conditions across the state.
But first, a flurry of excitement as we pour out some caffeine.
Well done. Well done. That was good. Megan Gillen Day here at Fox 45 then when you keep coming up with those things, right? It's time for a coffee break.
It is 8:56 and we are back with a recall for pet owners. Purina is expanding a recall of prescription dog food, specifically the Pro Plan Veterinary Diets EL Elemental Dry Dog Food. And we're hearing it's due to concerns of elevated levels of vitamin D. Purina originally issued a recall after it received 2 reports of dogs showing signs of vitamin D toxicity after eating the food. Now, in both cases, the dogs recovered after the food was taken out of their diets. Topping your morning business report, HSBC says it will acquire Silicon Valley Bank UK. The financial company plans to buy the British subsidiary of SVB for £1. According to the Bank of England's officials, SVB UK customers' money is safe. The head of HSBC says the deal means those customers can continue to bank as usual. And a bit of nostalgia for millennial parents. Lunchables will soon become part of school lunch programs. 2 new varieties will be in school cafeterias this fall: Lunchables Turkey and Cheddar Cracker Stackers and Lunchables Extra Cheesy Pizza. These are different than those found in grocery stores. They have improved nutrition to meet new federal guidelines for the National School Lunch Program. Shark Tank has discovered many great brands over the years. Today, Genevieve Gorder brings back one of their most popular items with a money-saving deal in today's America's Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Naki.
Hey, everyone. I've got a fantastic solution to an issue I know you can all relate to. I have a hands-free way to use your phone for whatever you want to do. We all know the sound of your phone crashing to the floor in the middle of a call, trying to prop it up on books and get that perfect shot, or you lean it against a glass to see the screen while you're cooking or working out or whatever. It's annoying because it never really works that great. Here's your solution. This is called Tentacle. And it's a super functional little gadget that I've been using a lot lately. It's a mount that can hang, wrap, stand, suction, rotate, and bend basically anywhere. And it can hold up to 42 pounds. I've used it in the car. You can put it on the bathroom mirror, hanging it off of a railing. It works. It's really flexible. I've also used it for shooting videos, and you can control it with this little Bluetooth remote, which is always handy. So Tentacle blew up on Shark Tank and hit record sales numbers, and it's easy to see why. People with hearing disabilities are even using it to keep their phone hands-free while they're signing. Now, there's universal threading that lets you mount speakers, lights, or microphones all on this tiny little base. So right now, we're offering an exclusive 33% off. You guys take advantage of this deal at asadeals.com.
It is 9 o'clock and we're following 3 big stories. We are on weather alert as an intense weather maker moves across Maryland and the entire Northeast region.
A bill that would prevent you from bringing a gun near many public places clears the Senate. Just ahead, we're going to hear from those for and those against.
All eyes on the economy and the fallout from the collapse of 2 major banks in the U.S. We'll look at what's being done in Washington, D.C. to protect taxpayers. Good Day Baltimore starts right now.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Thank you for joining us. I'm Tom Rogers. It's Tuesday, March 14th, and we are weather alert.
We have a wind advisory just going into effect as we brace for an incoming nor'easter.
Now, we're expecting to see strong winds with gusts near 40 up to 50 miles per hour.
That's right. For a closer look, let's go ahead and bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers for this.
Yeah, good morning, guys. And we've been seeing the wind all morning long, even those flurries that were around, and even some light accumulating snow showers that we saw for a lot of you, getting some great pictures on our Chime In section of our website. Some of you waking up in a winter wonderland. Can't really do snow angels with the amount of snow we got, but definitely feeling like winter. Looking out here from our Inner Harbor Sky Cam, we We definitely have some sunshine that is out there right now, and we will have more sun throughout the day today. But our weather alert day is for that wind that's going to be gusting near 45 and 50 miles an hour, potentially with those wind advisories all the way through tomorrow morning. These are your current gusts. Look at that, a 32-mile-an-hour wind gust just reported at BWI, 28-mile-an-hour wind gust in Westminster, and it's not going to die down anytime soon. So all of us here in the Beige under that wind advisory through tomorrow morning. This is going to be taking us into the afternoon and evening time tonight. And even though temperatures will rise into the low and mid 40s by midday, it will feel like the 30s for most of the afternoon with wind chill numbers that will definitely stay on the colder side of things. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that, and we'll talk about some warmer numbers in the way later this week. How are we looking on the roads, Tom?
Not bad at all, considering all the snow that was falling earlier this morning. We do have some issues, some slowdowns right here. As you see, this one incident in College Park causing some delays in that area. Basically, the vehicles on the left-hand side there are stopped. This is 95 northbound between the Beltway and Maryland 212. So that's way down right near D.C. there. So you see that that's causing some delays. If you're heading towards the D.C. or College Park area, then taking a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network. Developing news coming out of Washington, D.C. this morning. We have some new numbers to help fill in some holes in the state of our economy.
The Consumer Price Index data is out. And joining us now live to help us break it all down, Sinclair National correspondent Christine Frizzell. Christine, what's it showing?
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, Megan. Basically, it shows that inflation rose 6% year over year, which on one hand is still far too high. But it's also exactly what analysts expected, and more importantly, it is the slowest annual increase since September of 2021. Digging a little deeper into these numbers, the core consumer price index, which leaves out food and energy prices because they tend to be more volatile, that rose 0.5%, bringing its annual rate down to 5.5 from 5.6%. So mostly moving in the right direction here. This data comes 1 week ahead of the Federal Reserve Board's next meeting, in which we will learn if they will raise interest rates once again. You know, there's been some talk over the last few days that raising interest rates at the fastest pace in 4 decades played a role in the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank, and that could make Fed officials more reluctant to act too aggressively. But, you know, a lot of experts are saying they need to stay the course. Remember, the Fed's goals are straightforward: maximum employment and low inflation, trying to keep it at a rate of 2%. That is still a long way off from what we have today at 6%. Tom and Megan?
Frizzell from Washington, D.C., thank you.
Turning now to your session 2023 coverage.
Maryland lawmakers addressing possible solutions to the ongoing crime crisis throughout the state. Now, today, lawmakers will hear the Violent Firearms Offender Act. That's a bill former Governor Larry Hogan pushed for years, was never really introduced and never passed.
Plus, just last night, the state Senate approving a bill that restricts where legal wear and carry permit holders can have their weapons.
Now, this morning, we have live team coverage on the future of both of those bills. Taylor Stewart is taking a closer look at the Violent Firearms Offender Act.
But we begin with Shannon Lilly. She is looking into the Gun Safety Act and what those on both sides of the debate are saying about it. Shannon.
Yeah, and there are lots of people at odds over this bill, Megan. If it is passed, it means that legal gun owners could not carry their weapons near many of these establishments here around us right now. And in last night's Senate floor session, the Gun Safety Act did pass 31-16, meaning that it is now heading to the House. So let's take a closer look at what this bill would actually do. The Gun Safety Act prevents legal gun owners with carry permits from bringing their weapons within 100 feet of many public places. So by public places, we are talking about restaurants, we're talking about theaters, we're talking about stadiums and hospitals and many more as well. Now, the bill was introduced in response to a Supreme Court decision that found New York's gun law requiring applicants to give a reason for carrying was unconstitutional. The decision meant Maryland's good and substantial reason requirement also fell too, which then made it easier for you to obtain a wear and carry permit here in our state. So supporters say the Gun Safety Act makes the state safer because it's going to get guns out of more public places. Critics, though, argue it targets legal gun owners and takes away a method of self-defense, and they're also calling it unconstitutional. So let's take a listen to those different perspectives.
I believe it would be a violation of my oath to vote for a bill which I believe is unconstitutional.
We've had murders and shootings, we've had carjackings and other types of really violent offenses, many times involving firearms. But once again, this General Assembly is not rushing to deal with the people causing those problems. Once again, the General Assembly is looking to pass restrictions on somebody else.
So it's not an either or. We can both strengthen current gun laws in response to Bruin, as well as address those illegal weapons.
And once again, this bill passing the Senate means it now heads on to the House, and we will be following it closely. Reporting live in Harbor East, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Shannon. Later today, Maryland's General Assembly is expected to address legislation that was pushed by former Governor Larry Hogan, the Violent Firearms Offenders Act, and it would increase fines and jail time for gun offenders, not only repeat offenders. As Taylor Stewart shows us, the bill has stalled twice before, but this year could be different.
The Violent Firearms Offender Bill is set for a hearing today. Now, this is the third time lawmakers are trying to get this passed. The last two times it passed in the Senate but stalled in the House. State Delegate Kathy Schlega, the Republican from Baltimore County, is urging her colleagues in Annapolis to pass the GOP-backed Violent Firearms Offender Act. The bill would increase fines and jail time for gun offenders, notably repeat offenders. Here's why Hogan last week telling Fox 45 News this year could be different.
We now have a state's attorney in Baltimore City, Ivan Bates, who seems to want to focus on violent crime and who is supporting some of the positive measures.
Unfortunately, in Annapolis, we have a lot of politicians who are soft on crime and actually want to go the other way and say that anyone under 25 shouldn't be charged with a crime.
A hearing for that bill is set for 1 o'clock. In Baltimore, Taylor Stewart, Good Day, Baltimore.
All right, Taylor, thank you. And you can make your voice heard. Scan the QR code on your screen to contact your local state delegates and senators. That's going to take you to our website where we have listed their phone numbers and email addresses.
Well, happening right now, we are on weather alert. In fact, there was some light snow falling across parts of Maryland earlier, thanks to the first nor'easter of the season that was bearing down on New England coast. In fact, in Harford County, you saw the most snowfall this morning, and it's all pretty much moved out of our area right now. But take a look at this. Look at the radar. More than 20 million people are under weather alerts. In New York, there's already a state of emergency. Then, looking right here, live from New Hampshire here. This is Manchester, New Hampshire. Snow is picking up there, and you can see the driving conditions are a little rough here. They're bracing for low visibility and driving conditions. In Rhode Island, a huge fleet of power trucks on standby, ready to go, as massive power outages are expected, not only from the snowfall, but it's the wind that Justin Chambers is talking about. We're also talking about heavy snow, possibly 2 to 3 inches per hour in some parts of New England. Forecasters predicting anywhere from a foot to 30 inches of snow now in some of those parts here. All of that coupled with those speeds, wind speeds of up to 55 miles per hour. And that's what has us on weather alert here in Maryland this morning. It's the strong winds. I'm bringing in meteorologist Justin Chamber to find out exactly how long these strong winds will last, Justin.
Yeah, Tom, it's interesting. You took that shot from Manchester, and I was like, man, they really got a lot in Carroll County. But no, that's Manchester, New Hampshire. But Carroll County, you definitely got some. So did you in Baltimore County and Harford County. Some of our northern areas definitely waking up, at least with a light coating here, and that wind that is blowing all of that snow from that big nor'easter right into our backyards. It's the wind that's going to be with us throughout the day today. Now, these are current wind speeds, not wind gusts. These are the sustained winds, so 15 to 25 miles an hour. That's the sustained wind. Then you get gusts in that 20, 30, and possibly even 40 mile an hour range. That's why we're under weather alert. And right now, our temperatures up and down the East Coast in the 20s and 30s. So it is a cold, raw day today. And this is what we're going to be dealing with here for the afternoon. Now, we do get a little bit more sun as we head later into the day today, but highs only in the 40s. It'll feel like the 30s for most of us. Overnight lows dropping near freezing. Wind still going to be with us, so we'll wake up cold tomorrow morning, but a lot more sun and temperatures a little bit better on your Wednesday. We do have some really nice numbers by the time we head toward St. Pat's weekend. We'll take a little bit of a closer look at that coming up in a few minutes from right now.
Well, let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network. Vehicle fire in Davidsonville earlier. That's getting cleared up right now, but you can see the delays in the red here. This is right on US 50 and 301. It's east, right before the Bay Bridge. Even though cleanup crews are on the scene, there's still bumper-to-bumper traffic. As you see on the left side, it's starting to move now. Just less than a minute ago, their cars were just sitting there. So this is some good news. Looks like they at least moved the vehicle over, or at least opened up some lanes. Well, still ahead, Maryland State Report Card. It's out, and what the Anne Arundel County executive is saying about the performance of schools in his district.
And we're going to go one-on-one with a local financial expert to break down the banking collapse and what it means for you. It is 9/11 on Fox 45. Good Day Baltimore, all local, all morning.
Welcome back, everybody. 9:14 is your time. It is Tuesday morning. We talked about it being Pi Day, 3.14, March 14th. Also, it's Hump Day Eve and the final Tuesday of winter. Well, just on schedule, winter's like, I'm not done yet. We're seeing a little bit of that snow that fell. In fact, Curtis, if you have a moment, can we take that smartboard real quick? I just want to show that shot from Norrisville that Tom pulled up. This is kind of basically near the Baltimore and Harford County lines. And yeah, even right now, a couple of little flurries are just kind of blowing around in the breeze. But this is what it looks like on the sides of roadways and probably in some of your front yards here this morning from that snow that kind of blew through as we got out early this morning. Now, we're not seeing that now. In fact, we're seeing more sunshine at this time from our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam. Officially 38 at BWI. Northwest wind about 15 to 20 miles an hour. Notice the dew point at 21 degrees. So it is dry. And that dry air will continue to move in as we head into the afternoon. The reason why we're weather alert is for those winds that are going to be gusting near 45 and 50 miles an hour. Wind advisories now through early tomorrow morning. This is what the HD radar looks like. Picking up a few light showers still in parts of the eastern shore, out through parts of Delaware, even down towards Salisbury as well. But we saw this kind of on the tail end or the bottom half of this area of low pressure, which is the big nor'easter, bringing that wind, rain, and snow to the New England region. A lot of folks thought, oh, winter's done, but not necessarily there, especially with all the snow that they continue to get. These are the current wind gusts. I showed you the sustained wind speeds a moment ago at 10 to 20 miles an hour. You've got gusts at 30 plus miles an hour. Westminster, Baltimore, down into Stevensville, out toward the eastern shore, 21 in Bel Air, 26 in Elkton. So again, that wind will continue to be gusty through most of the day. Really from the west and the northwest is where we're going to see the direction of that wind coming. So not a good day to fly today, pilots, unfortunately. Just going to be too windy out there, and too windy for a lot of folks to do anything outside. You might just want to kind of hunker down and stay in, try to make sure the trash cans are on your yard and not your neighbors. We're talking about 30 and 40-mile-an-hour gusts through the afternoon. That's when we'll see the strongest wind. It will die down tonight, but still will be gusty in the overnight hours and even through tomorrow morning. By midday tomorrow afternoon, midday into tomorrow afternoon, we'll see some of that wind start to die down just a little bit. But next hour, upper 30s, we will get ourselves to the low and mid 40s for your highs this afternoon. Going to feel like the 30s for most of the day, and maybe a Taco Tuesday inside with numbers in the lower 40s through the 5 o'clock hour. Typically 54 is where we are this time of year. Nowhere near those numbers, low to mid 40s across central Maryland. But look at those temperature tracker right here. Numbers coming up on Wednesday and even low to mid 60s into Thursday and Friday. So we definitely have some nicer conditions coming as we head toward the later part of the week. Right in time for St. Patrick's Day. So weather alert day today, lower 50s tomorrow, low to mid 60s into Thursday and Friday. Even though we do have the potential for a few showers Friday afternoon into Saturday, temperatures will still be quite a bit nicer, not nearly as much wind. A little colder on Sunday for the final full day of winter, and then spring begins early next week. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. We've got your Len Stoller Traffic Network now. We've got a look at your traffic map and looking pretty good. You can see some slight slowdowns indicated in the yellow right there, but otherwise in the green, moving along just fine. Just the wind pushing up against you right now. Drive times indicating that as well. Longest commute, just 12 minutes. Let's go ahead and take a live look now from our Len Stoller mobile track. This is on the inner loop in Pikesville, heading east towards the Mays Chapel in Lutherville area. You can see cars in the region. They're moving right along, kind of stop and go there when you look in the left two lanes right there. But so far, so good out there. 9/18 in the Silicon Valley bank collapse is being called the second biggest bank collapse in U.S. history. The news causing ripple effects throughout the banking industry. Now, President Joe Biden reassuring Americans that banks and their deposits are safe. Joining us now to break it all down for us, we have financial professional Fred Kreutzer with what happened last week. Good morning, Fred. Thanks for joining us.
Morning, Meg.
How did this happen?
Well, it happened with, obviously, it all starts with inflation. And what these banks did is they were buying these 10-year Treasury notes. And the 10-year Treasury notes are actually worth less today than they were 2.5 years ago. So when they bought them, of course, these banks were not expecting that we're going to have 15-plus rate hikes in the last 2.5 years because of inflation. So it's actually devalued all these bonds within a very short period of time. Problem was this bank, unlike all banks, was dealing with a lot of tech companies. Those tech companies didn't have the financials to really have good backings. Wow. And then what happened on the other day was they tried to raise $2.2 billion. As soon as that hit the airways through social media, $40 billion was being pulled out of those accounts on Thursday.
Is that bad bank management? Because you look at other banks across the country, across the world that seem to be doing okay.
Absolutely bad bank management. In fact, reports are coming out that a day before this collapse happened, they were giving out bonuses to their CEOs.
Wow.
They had a big party a week before. They knew these things were bad, and the regulators had information 2 weeks prior that they could have hedged some of this off, and they didn't do anything.
I want to ask you this. Why we say it was, seems to be specific to this bank. We did see one happen in New York as well. There were two that happened over the last few days. What kind of ripple effect does that create? We've been watching the stocks and how that could be impacted over the next few days.
Well, today it looks like the futures are really coming up pretty strong on all the banking stocks. So it shows that those two, Signature Bank and the Silicon Valley, were just two banks who are doing things really the wrong way.
Okay.
But you look at our regional banks, what we deal with here in Maryland, I think they're strong. They're not investing in these tech companies that are really struggling right now. They were a lot of startup tech companies. Mm-hmm. They were giving them all kind of money. They're lending them money.
It's reassuring to, I think, our viewers. Something I was curious about is how this translates and if it's similar to what we saw back in 2008 when we saw a similar situation unfold. Is it similar, or did they do different practices?
Very, very similar in a way, but these are specifics from what we see now. Our regional banks are not part of this transition. Obviously, inflation has hurt all of us as consumers.
Right.
Our prices has gone up. You got to remember, for 13 years, we basically had a 0% inflation. And then all of a sudden, just in the last 2 years, we've had 15 rate hikes. So they were buying these 10-year note bonds that are now devalued from where they were just 2 years ago. So it's had a lot of effects to everybody, but the good, prudent banks, just like everybody who's a good investor, have done it the right way to maintain these balance sheets.
And that in turn means there's no reason to panic at this point.
No, not at all. In fact, you'll see the bank stocks do really well today.
All right, Fred, we appreciate your time. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, still ahead, they're supposed to help protect us by making cars safer, but are crash dummies as smart as we think? Did we think they were smart? How a new study suggests they could be helping some more than others.
We're talking about diversifying the workforce, how a local group is working to increase awareness about the abilities of different workers. 9:22 is the time. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. Well, happening now as more businesses look to diversify their workforces, there's a push to consider people with neurodiversity. The Kennedy Krieger Institute is hosting a collaborative national conference bringing together a community committed to improving employment outcomes and educating us all. Joining us now to share more, Assistant Vice President of Neurodiversity and Community Workforce Development, Stacey Herman, and Brian McHale, who has children involved in the work program. Stacey and Brian, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Sure. Stacey, I want to start with you first. I mean, the word neurodiversity, a lot of people are saying, doesn't that mean like mental illness? And it's completely not that.
That is correct. So what a great question. So at Kennedy Krieger Institute, we define neurodiversity as a broad range of neurological differences that endow an individual with unique skills and talents. And when you really break that word down, neuro, brain, diversity, differences, and aren't we all different and we all have our own unique skills and talents?
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's true for anybody out there. We think differently, and that's what makes this world such a great place, is that we all think differently. But it's finding the talents of those and trying to put them in with a neurotypical environment, I guess, is the way to do it. Brian, you have two sons. Can you tell us about that and how Kennedy Krieger is able to help you get those sons in the workforce?
Sure. So we have two sons, Brian and Robert. They're both in their early 20s. And they both are graduates of Kennedy Krieger's Project Search Work Development Program, and now are participants in their Core Foundations program. And in Core Foundations, they have job coaches. So they help them both secure their jobs and also work with them to develop and maintain skills.
Brian, on a personal note, I know some friends of mine also, it's something that not all parents have to deal with, is the future of your children and putting something and finding out, okay, when I'm gone, are they going to be okay? This is a program that helps you directly and helps your family.
Absolutely. And for us, work is very important. It gives you purpose, and it's very important to shaping your identity. And it's reassuring to know that, they're in a program which focuses them so they can work and continue to develop. And that's very reassuring to me and my wife.
Stacey, tell us about this upcoming conference and what this means for Kennedy Krieger.
Yeah, Kennedy Krieger is really excited about our Neurodiversity in the Workplace National Conference in DC starting next week on Wednesday. It's bringing together policymakers, businesses, people with disabilities, educators, all into one place, focusing on improving employment outcomes. Not only are we coming together and bringing experts together, but we're going to live the experiences with having an art gallery from all neurodivergent artists. We're going to have Spirit Club, which is a fitness group. So we're going to bring it alive for our attendees as well. We can't wait to see you there.
Everybody has a talent. Stacey and Brian, thank you so much for giving us just a couple minutes of your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well, still ahead, after first rejecting the nomination, City Council, their committee approves the mayor pick for city administrator. We'll look at the changes between the votes.
There's a push to restructure the Board of Estimates. Just ahead, why one councilman says the mayor right now has too much power. You're watching Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
We've got a live look over the Inner Harbor as we are on weather alert, starting to feel the effects of a winter nor'easter here that's moving across New England as we speak. Thanks for waking up with us on Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore. It's Tuesday, March 14th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers, and that shot we were just showing saying it's weather alert
I know.
looked absolutely beautiful, but
Right.
it could get really dangerous and powerful winds later today. In fact, for a closer look, we want to go right over to the man himself, meteorologist Justin Chambers, talking about why we went to weather alert and why it was bumped up to start a half hour ago.
Yeah, exactly right. Meg, Tom, good morning to both of you. It's that wind that's going to be with us as we get later into the day today. And with those wind advisories that are now in effect through tomorrow morning, we could be talking about downed trees, power lines, blowing objects across the roads. We've got wind warnings on the bridges, high profile vehicles, all that stuff you have to think about as we look outside right now. And yeah, I mean, before you know it, they'll be playing baseball right there at Camden Yards, and we're looking forward to opening day. If it was today, whoo, that wind would not be flying out of the park at all, because we're talking about that strong, let me see, maybe a westerly wind actually probably would. All right, so we're talking about gusts near 45 and 50 miles an hour and those wind advisories through early tomorrow morning. That's what the wind or the weather alert is all about. These are your current wind speeds, guys. We're at 15 to 24 miles an hour. That's not even the gust. That's the sustained wind. So when you see those numbers and then you add the temperatures in there, it feels like we're in the 20s. It's going to be kind of a cold and raw afternoon. The wind advisories go through tomorrow morning. All of us right there in the beige on that map right there. So just be aware of that wind today. Much more on your forecast and an improving forecast as we head toward the weekend. That's coming up in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. Turning now to a city in crisis. Councilman Zeke Cohen is introducing a bill to restructure the Baltimore Board of Estimates, saying that Mayor Brandon Scott has too much control over major deals in the city.
Well, Shannon Lilly is joining us live with why then Councilman Cohen thinks that's necessary. Shannon.
Well, Cohen says this is crucial, Tom, because as you guys said, he believes the mayor has too much power and control over how the city spends its money. And that is something that he wants to see change. In fact, remember that controversial conduit deal that the mayor agreed to last month? Well, he says that is just another example of this, how the mayor has too much control. In fact, the agreement was pushed through by the mayor and two of his appointees, even though Comptroller Bill Henry and Council President Nick Mosby sat out and boycotted the vote and the meeting to try to prevent that vote. So Councilman Zeke Cohen says what this comes down to is the mayor essentially having universal control over which major deals get approved in the city.
Too often we've seen instances of corruption where a mayor has gone down on a scandal that was related to the Board of Estimates. And that's because the mayor controls 3 out of the 5 votes on the BOE.
And Councilman Cohen says few other cities give the mayor such strong control over their spending boards. So with this bill he's introducing, he's calling for the city to establish a 6-person task force which would examine the structure of the Board of Estimates. And Cohen says he's yet to decide whether he thinks the city should expand the board, shrink it, or abolish it altogether. In the meantime, though, Cohen is also considering a run for the city council president seat himself. Reporting live in Harbor East, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Shannon. Elsewhere, in a city in crisis, the Baltimore City Council Committee unanimously approves Faith Leach as Mayor Brandon Scott's pick for city administrator, and it comes after a fiery exchange last week when the committee rejected Leach. The council's vote to approve Faith Leach comes after that exchange, as we mentioned, when they rejected her. We have Taylor Stewart showing us what sparked the sudden change.
We're learning more about what happened behind the scenes leading up to the confirmation hearing that happened just this past Monday. A complete turnaround from this committee voting in favor of confirming Miss Faith Leach. Several council members applauded her work and dedication to the city. It was a far different tone than the one that erupted during last week's meeting. But as it appears, this initial rejection could have been a referendum on Mayor Brandon Scott.
This was about concerns with the administration, how the office has been structured, and I'm confident after the conversations that we've had over the weekend with the mayor directly, myself, with you and others, that we can hopefully work through those concerns.
They were mad at the mayor. They wanted to send him a message, and they sent it. It was the 2x4 to the back of his head.
Political analyst John Deedy says there appears to be a disconnect between council and the mayor's office, particularly when it comes to transparency. It is too early to determine any long-term fallout from this rift. Leach is officially the second city administrator here in Baltimore. For Good Day Baltimore, I'm Taylor Stewart.
All right, Taylor, thank you. And we want to know what you think. If elections were held today, would you vote to re-elect Mayor Brandon Scott? So far, 96% of those who have responded say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
Turning now to the crisis in the classroom. Maryland Department of Education's 2022 report card is out, and it rates schools from 1 to 5 stars based on how well they're doing. This year's report is the first Maryland school report card post-pandemic, and it shows more schools in Anne Arundel County are getting 5 stars than in previous years. Still, Anne Arundel County Executive Stuart Pittman says more needs to be done. I was able to speak with him earlier this morning about the challenges schools are now facing.
It's good news to have more 5-star schools than we had before, and to have 95% of our schools at 3, 4, or 5 stars. So, but that doesn't mean that we're okay. We have some major challenges in our school system, and our superintendent, Dr. Bedell, has talked a lot about primarily the problem of retaining teachers and keeping them around so that that we have them in the future. It's budget season, and they have come to us with a very large request for an increase in their budget, primarily to increase pay for teachers and school staff so that they can.
Yeah, last words were recruit and retain. To see the full interview, head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com. Right now, we are weather alert as we brace for strong winds and winter weather coming up. Meteorologist Justin Chambers will break down exactly who will see the worst of it and when the worst will actually happen.
And again, the Kangaroo Kids, jumping with the Kangaroo Kids this morning. Coming up, they're going to be at the expo. We'll tell you all about it as we speed things up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
9:40, and it is so Baltimore. In fact, you could jump in on some fun at our Be More Healthy Expo coming up Saturday, March 25th.
We are checking out the kangaroo kids who are bringing so much fun with them every year. Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark getting in on the action live in Ellicott City this morning. Mark, we are so impressed with you today.
Hey, you know what? I learned some tricks. You know, Cassie and Maya taught me some tricks. They're 2 seniors, and they will be at the expo along with everybody else. As you can see, these are amazing athletes. They're doing their thing. So what can we look forward to when we come to the expo, when we watch you guys?
You can look forward to a bunch of routines and some double dutch and partner interaction.
I love it. And so Maya, senior, what do you enjoy most? I mean, you guys do a lot of traveling, you do a lot of performing. What do you enjoy most about performing?
I like to just show like what I know and like show people new things they've never seen before.
Now, you know what's so cool about the young ladies and all the kids is, you know, as seniors, they actually teach the young. And so when they join the program after 2 years, they start to teach the little ones. So they have like, I was talking to the coach, they have like 100 little ones underneath you guys. So, you know, is it hard to believe, Cassie, that now you're a senior? You started, how old were you when you started?
I was around 6 when I started.
6 years old, and now look, you're 42 years old. It's amazing. But so guys, we look forward to seeing you at the expo. As you can see, this is not ordinary. This is special, and the kangaroo kids are doing great work. And so you can again catch all this at the expo. And I'm learning some tricks, so I'll be ready at the expo. I vow to do the crossover and the double thing and the thingy thing.
Double thing
at the expo.
You got some good teachers. Look at them
Don't forget the
behind
thingy
you.
thing, Tom. It's amazing. These guys.
He's learning.
It's amazing.
He's learning a lot.
Amazing.
Mark, thank you. We're putting all of that on our website so you can join Mark, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Still ahead, you may want to avoid any late nights before your next vaccine appointment. How a new study is linking poor sleep with poor immune response.
Makes sense. But first, we are taking you inside the kitchen. Check it out. We're sharing some fun and easy, and most importantly, healthy egg recipes. 9:42 on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by the Maryland Egg Council, Inc.
9:45. Healthy foods are key to health and wellness, and eggs remain one of nature's most perfect foods. And not just for breakfast. We have the one, the only Chef Egg here. He is with the Maryland Egg Council. He's going to be joining us at the Be More Healthy Expo with demonstrations, but we're lucky to have him here live in studio first with a little taste of one of your healthy egg recipes. What do you got going on?
Today, we are going to do North African-inspired shakshuka.
Shakshuka.
And it is very fun to say, but really fun to make and really, really delicious to eat.
I've never heard of shakshuka. I'm excited to see what's in there.
Yeah, so check this out. This is what we have in here. We have a tomato sauce.
Oh.
Okay, and I've sauteed some onions, some bell peppers, a little bit of garlic, and some olive oil. Okay, and I'm just turning
just tomato sauce with some of these ingredients.
Absolutely.
Here.
We put some spices. We put paprika, red chili flakes, a little bit of cumin. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm going to cover this back up just to get it steamed in there. So you make this sauce. It takes about 20 minutes to get it really, really tasty.
Okay.
You make little holes in the sauce, and then you crack eggs in all the little holes.
And how many eggs did you put in?
I got about 6 eggs in here. Yeah, and you can see those whites are cooking up nice.
Yeah.
It's basically simmering directly in that sauce.
Wow.
Okay?
And are you cooking them all the way through?
Yeah, you want to do it about over medium. So this is going to take about 5 or 6 minutes. You put the lid on so it kind of steams over the top of it. And then you have an over medium egg in there. Okay.
My goodness.
And we're going to serve that up with some toasted pita chips.
And this could be lunch, this could be dinner, this could be breakfast.
You can have it any way you like, but we really want, you know, we want people to start thinking about eggs as a vital protein source.
Right.
75 calories for 6 grams of protein, okay?
So here I want to ask you too, because a lot of people take the yolks out because they don't think that there's health benefits there. Are there or aren't there? Should we be just sticking with the whites?
Sure. So this is what I say. So technically speaking, half the protein is in the yolk, okay? But I went to the doctor and they said, your cholesterol's a little high. So if you want, if you're going to make an omelet or something, do 2 egg whites, 1 egg yolk, just to keep the flavor in there and the consistency. So keep it cool, and you don't have to have eggs every day, but it's something to keep in the refrigerator and just to understand if you need a quick protein fix, that eggs are really going to do it very well for you.
And in shakshuka, you are combining it with a lot of fresh vegetables here. We've got the onions and the peppers, and now what are you going to finish it with?
Well, I'll show you. We're going to take this lid off.
Put me to work too. Let me know if I can help you.
You got it. So this is what we're going to do. It's really, really easy. We're going to take one of these eggs. We're going to scoop right underneath that. Look at that right there.
Very nice.
That looks awesome. And then you're right in there. So you have about an over medium egg in there. And we'll clean that plate up a little bit.
No, it looks wonderful.
And we're just scooping right from the bottom. So you've got that beautiful kind of egg in there and that sauce. We're going to turn this off over here.
Do you put some cheese on?
Let's do some feta cheese on top of that. Okay.
A little sprinkle of feta cheese on the top there.
This looks so good.
And we've got the recipe. I know you guys saw it on your screen there. We'll put it on our website. And then a little
you
bit
want
of
a little bit of
parsley?
lemon there? We'll do a
bit of
little lemon because you want to bring out those flavors in that tomato sauce.
Okay.
And then do a little bit of fresh parsley.
Okay.
And just throw it right on there with your hands. It's all good. We're family over here.
All right.
And then we want to do some flat leaf parsley on that.
Beautiful.
So really, really nice. You can make the sauce way in advance if you want.
Love it.
You know, like 2-3 days in advance, and then just heat it up in a large skillet like this.
Yep.
Throw the eggs on top. We're going to be making this and some other egg recipes
at the Be More Healthy Expo. Chef Egg, thank you so much. We appreciate it. And again, FOX45 inviting you to come join us and Chef Egg at the Be More Healthy Expo. It is coming up March 25th at the Baltimore Convention Center from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. The expo can help guide you on your journey toward a healthier lifestyle. You can receive health screenings, check out cooking demos like some of the ones we're showing you here, and even learn about life-saving skills. It's going to be a great time out there.
Excellent. Maybe. All right. Yeah, I said it. We are on weather alert. In fact, as nor'easter is hitting northeaster, I'll get it out, hits New England and then brings dangerous winds even to our area. Some of us seeing light snow earlier this morning, but the wind's the real story for us here at home. For a closer look, we got meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us with the forecast here. Weather alert, and you've been talking about it all morning long, though. It's the winds, and really this afternoon is when we could see 50-mile-an-hour winds.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Tom. And just like you, I was totally not paying attention to anything, just watching the shakshuka over there because it was looking so good and it smells so good, too. It's definitely a day where you probably want to do some stuff indoors because we'll have plenty of sunshine, not like yesterday and the day before, but it's that wind that is going to be cutting through all of us. We've got temperatures that'll be in the 40s, but it's going to feel like the 20s like it does right now. The official wind chill at 29 degrees, 38 degrees in Towson. So even when we slide into the 40s with our temperatures this afternoon, it's still going to feel a lot colder than that. And the weather alert for some of those gusts, it could be near that 45 and 50 mile an hour threshold as we head later into the afternoon. That can knock down some trees, possibly give us some issues with power outages. Definitely any unsecured objects going to be blowing around in the street. Forget about the hair today. Just don't even worry about that because we are seeing that wind that's going to stay with us. Now, on our HD radar, yeah, we did see some snow earlier this morning. Got some good shots, and we appreciate all those pictures and videos from Chime In, the section on our website at foxbaltimore.com, and any more of those that you have, we'd love to see them. You can see that area of low pressure right there wrapping around, bringing a lot of rain to Boston. Just to the west of that, getting quite a bit of snow. In fact, my brother just sent me a picture about how their limbs in Springfield, Mass area over near Hadley, Mass are bowing greatly. So they definitely have a lot of that heavy, wet snow. This is what we get in March for folks there, and they're dealing with all that snow. What we're going to get is the wind, and we're already seeing that 32 mile an hour wind gusts from Westminster and Baltimore. The arrows indicating where we are seeing that wind come from. So it's mainly a westerly wind, but it'll be west and northwest as we head toward the afternoon and evening time. All of us here under that that wind advisory through the afternoon. And this is why our future scan showing us our numbers in the upper 30s and 40 mile an hour wind gusts throughout the afternoon today. Into the evening, wind dies down a little bit. We still carry some wind for us here into tomorrow as well, but not going to be weather alert. Lower 50s on Wednesday, low to mid 60s into Thursday and Friday as we head towards St. Patty's Day. Could see some showers on Friday afternoon into Saturday, but overall, those warmer temperatures are looking pretty good.
All right, thank you, Justin. Well, a health alert for you now. A new study finds poor sleep lowers vaccine effectiveness for some people, especially with men. Researchers found sleeping less than 6 hours the night before getting a vaccine could limit the body's response, resulting in reduced protection against the virus or bacteria. Now, according to the authors, good sleep not only amplifies, but may also extend the duration of protection of that vaccine. When it comes to car safety, crash dummies may not be helping as much as we'd think. A new report from the Government Accountability Office says the dummies need to be more diversified. Well, the group says the replicas do not adequately represent all demographics, specifically women and older individuals. They also do not have sensors to collect data in the lower legs, and they only represent a limited range of body sizes. For example, the dummies weigh 171 pounds, while the average male weighs in at 191 pounds.
Well, we are on weather alert as we anticipate winds as strong as 50 miles per hour. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers is going to let us know how long the threat lasts and when things calm back down. It's 9:53 on Fox 45. Good Day Baltimore, all local, all morning.
Well, there we are. We're talking about the wind that is with us here this morning and will continue throughout the day. So those flags are definitely going to be whipping around and possibly some, trees down maybe this afternoon. Just be aware of that. That's our weather alert day today. 52 tomorrow, low to mid 60s heading toward the weekend. And looking at your 10-day forecast, a few showers rolling in Friday into Saturday. A little colder Sunday, but then we do warm back up next week for the first couple of days of spring as the equinox happens on Monday afternoon.
Hopefully we feel it.
Hopefully.
Have a great day.